So welcome back everybody to the ELAC committee to determine the airport application. We're now going to start the next session where we will be hearing from those who wish to speak in support of the application. And we are going to, as we did previously, we're going to first go to those written statements. So can I ask for the video to be shown, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'll now read approximately 10 statements and there will be a pause for questions or points of clarification. Here is a statement from Graham Meach. I've been an Eastleigh resident for my 70 years on this planet and have hence grown up with the airport since the 1950s. I've seen it in its many ups and downs over the years and at times its recovery from various economic and political pressures. However, the current situation we all find ourselves in provides a greater challenge to our airport than anything in living memory. The runway extension of 164 metres, which is a starter strip, will provide the ability to make the current generation of aircraft more commercially viable by ensuring that they can take full payloads to destinations that could be served from the airport. This has always been the case. It has always been the case that flights from Southampton to Mallorca, Faro, Bergamo, etc. Always had a payload restriction and sometimes resulting in flights routing via Bournemouth to refuel. The starter strip extension will negate this restriction. On the subject of the extension being a starter strip, it should be noted that due to the current obstacle clearance limit, it does not extend the length of the runway available for landing aircraft. The landing threshold will remain in the same place. When considering noise pollution and carbon emissions, there are a couple of positives I would like to highlight. A full aircraft reduces the CO2 emissions per passenger for any given flight compared to a flight with a restricted payload. Every new generation of aircraft becomes quieter and more fuel efficient. For example, when comparing the latest generation of the Airbus A20 with its predecessor, the noise footprint is reduced by 50% and the fuel burn by 20%. It's also very unlikely that the 180 seat plus aircraft would be used on a daily scheduled basis, as the market is currently not there to support that size of operation. Taking another angle on pollution and CO2 emissions, let us consider travel to and from the airport. If the airport were to be no longer sustainable, the 2 million or so passengers that it handles would need to travel to and from other airports to connect with their flights. So not only have you got the same aircraft emissions at their airport of departure, you also have the emissions of the travel to and from the other airport. The other primary consideration, of course, is the huge economic benefit that the airport brings to the local economy through jobs at the airport, ancillary jobs, buses, taxis, food outlets, hotels, etc. In conclusion, I would please ask that you support the application. Here's a statement from Lewis MacDonald. I write as Secretary of Portsmouth Trades Union Council to make a brief statement in support of the proposed expansion of Southampton Airport as and its related development. We believe that its proposed expansion to the airport, when taken in conjunction with the announced free port status of Southampton and Portsmouth docks, will help substantially in alleviating the number of jobs that have been lost due to the pandemic. It is our contention that when the above two proposals are taken together, they will create the necessary stimulus to help not only Eastleigh, Southampton and Portsmouth recover from the worst effects of the pandemic, but also the rest of the country and surrounding counties as well. In conclusion, we would highlight that it is not only business in the form of the LEP that want this expansion to go ahead, but also workers who are in favour of the required expansion at the airport. As post-pandemic, the number of jobs lost may well be substantial, and this being accepted, we would ask in the strongest possible terms that favourable consideration is given to the proposed expansion of the airport. Here is a statement from Scott Haddon. I would like to express my support for the expansion of the runway and associated work at Southampton Airport. In my opinion, the area would benefit from increased transport links, which would provide the potential for increased jobs and economic prosperity. In addition, the potential greater choice of destinations can only be regarded as a positive. Here is a statement from Alan Durant. Hampshire Association of Trades Councils would like to make a short statement supporting the application to expand Eastleigh Airport runway and associated development. The airport is hugely important for the whole of Hampshire and neighbouring counties and will be one of the main drivers that will propel our area out of the economic problems caused by the pandemic and the effects of Brexit. We acknowledge with horror the large-scale job losses caused by the pandemic, as well as the difficulties caused to small businesses and self-employed in our area, and recognise that there are to be around 600 new direct jobs provided if this project can go ahead. And that will be multiplied by many jobs in the associated companies that provide services to the airport. Hampshire Association of Trades Councils is made up of all the TUC affiliated trade unions in Hampshire, and as such we support the strong recommendation of our local enterprise partnership that the planning committee allow permission for the airport expansion to go ahead. For the sake of employment in our area and to help kickstart the economic recovery in our businesses and our communities, please give the airport expansion application permission to go ahead. Here is a statement from Andrew Eggleston on behalf of the Alderney Chamber of Commerce. The Alderney Chamber of Commerce is aware of your meeting to make judgment on this planning application. We wrote to your planning team in August last year to confirm the Alderney Chamber of Commerce's overwhelming support in favour of this planning application to extend the runway. 420 Alderney survey respondents and 366 testimonials indicated strong support in favour. Copies of these testimonials were attached to our original submission. COVID-19 is having an undoubtable impact on many countries' economy at this time, with most travel suspended or restricted. However, looking ahead, Southampton Airport will continue to serve as a lifeline route for more than 175,000 residents of the Channel Islands who transit for medical, personal and business purposes. Additionally, over half of Alderney's passengers are holiday homeowners, island families and tourists who have indicated their eagerness to resume travel when they gain control of this pandemic, which would now appear to be happening. Southampton Airport underpins a huge slice of Alderney's existing economy and is an intrinsic lever within our roadmap for growth, regeneration and sustaining Alderney's future. Southampton Airport also provides additional income and job creation for the Eastleigh Southampton district in hospitality, retail, transport, engineering and much more as passengers pass through this airport. The site being directly adjacent to the major rail and road connections makes it one of the best placed airports in the UK. We consider an extension is now even more critical to retain and attract operators and give flexibility to your future operating model. We recognise that within this planning process, concerns have been expressed regarding noise and air pollution. Drawing on experience with our own transport strategy, we suggest that the solutions provided to counterbalance these concerns offer a significantly better alternative than having to retain smaller, older aircraft, which inevitably result in increased frequencies and more noise and air pollution. If Southampton Airport were unable to secure the runway extension, it would continue to limit the future operators, and the airport is unlikely to survive. We believe this would be detrimental to Eastleigh, Southampton and Hampshire, along with the loss of connectivity with the Channel Islands. Without passenger footfall, the nature of local commerce and physical infrastructure and skill set will change considerably, and that would result in the long-term unemployment. Southampton Airport is a jewel in the Hampshire Crown, considered by many to be one of the leading airports within the UK prior to the advent of COVID-19. Its ambience, connectivity, facilities and support network are leading edge. If you allow the runway extension to proceed, you'll be seen to support the survival of the airport, thus encouraging growth, generation and prosperity of your district. We would respectfully ask that this application be supported and approved. Here is a statement from Mark Pearce. As a local resident, business owner and supporter of our planet, I'm fully in support of the extension to the runway. In construction terms, the extension does not affect any boundaries or encroach onto non-airport land. My business is vehicle hire, and 80% of my work comes from the Channel Islands and through the airport. Without this essential transport link in the area, I and many other businesses will simply close. With COVID wiping out so many local businesses, surely the support for the extension is a much-needed boost to the area economy and a lifeline to save and help the recovery of many businesses, services and staff that rely on the airport for income stream. As a local resident, to have an international airport on your doorstep is not only convenient, but also a proud asset for the area to have. Many people use this hub for transportation, and it is a massive beneficial alternative to the next best hubs in and around London, excluding Bournemouth, as this has no variety in flights and offers far fewer travel solutions. As a person concerned about the environment, for the airport to go will have a much worse impact. Yes, obviously increases in planes, fuel and noise, but imagine the alternative. Developed land with many thousands of houses, resulting in many thousands of cars now on our local roads. More crime in a condensed area, and more of everything bad that a massive new housing development brings. Imagine the airport gone. We now have this massive catchment area travelling to London to catch their flights, more cars up and down the motorway, more emissions, more chance of accidents, more road repairs due to overusage, more chance of breakdown trucks with higher emissions recovering those few who break down, more coach and train movements, busier London airports, more chance of terror attacks. The list is endless with hundreds of possible negative scenarios. We have a local airport which employs thousands of people. We have an airport relied on by thousands of businesses. Take it away and the domino effect will commence. It affects so many more. As an example, let's take a local taxi driver. The taxi no longer has the work. The local garage no longer has the fuel sale. The mechanic no longer has the annual repair income from that car. The corner shop for his lunch loses out. The accountant, the taxman. It is the same with any business that receives an income based on the airport. We need the airport for work, employment and travel. As modern planes develop, so will their carbon footprints and noise reduction. But however green opposition is, the alternative is far worse. The impact on jobs is far worse, and the local, national and international businesses that profit from the airport will suffer. You can make a plane quieter, you can improve its carbon footprint, you can't replace jobs and the work if the airport goes. And in fact, if the airport goes, the houses built on its land will also need jobs. So in theory, you are doubling the problem. No doubt everyone here listening has used this airport. Convenient, isn't it? It's such a pleasure to have such a great local facility right on your doorstep. Agreed? So just don't go complaining when your 40-minute check-in, 10 minutes down the road, now turns into a 3-hour commute to Stansted, a 2.5-hour check-in, followed by a returning 1.5-hour bag reclaim and a 3-hour commute back home. Not quite so convenient anymore, is it? And for what? 168 meters. Are you sure? The plane is still in the air, it's just somewhere else. More people will benefit from the extension, and as the airport grows, many more will benefit as jobs increase and local businesses reap the rewards of the many more visitors or travellers, whether that's the local hotels, car hire companies, taxis, coach and bus operators, food and beverage, local attractions, even down to the local florist, now providing Pierre's mum with the ability to buy flowers for her daughter-in-law, who has just given her a new grandchild and is conveniently was able to fly into the local airport close to Pierre's home. Everything we provide or take away has a huge impact, so let's not remove anything in a world in recovery when so much is now needed. To be completely honest, I'm totally baffled why anyone in their right logical mind would even think to oppose this. The impact outweighs the benefit tenfold. Here is a statement from Door-to-Door Cars team. The decision to extend the runway is of great importance to local companies, local communities and the surrounding areas. The Southampton Docks Freeport and Southampton Airport Freeport will need to work in conjunction with each other, especially in these circumstances and COVID-19 times, to aid the local recovery. I believe Eastleigh and Southampton areas need the extension to help the future and to rebuild the business infrastructure to our community and create the much needed jobs, especially after the hard-hitting situation that has affected Hampshire and our country. My company, Door-to-Door Cars, used to transport many passengers to and from the airport and will need this as part of the local recovery. And I'm positive the extension will encourage passengers to use our local airport rather than travel to Gatwick and airports farther afield. Tens of thousands of locals will continue to travel further if the application is denied and cause an increase to harmful emissions. Here's a statement from Kay Huxham. Southampton is an airport hub of national and international traffic. It would be disastrous if the airport couldn't offer the facilities that are needed. My own experience is that before lockdown, a member of my family worked both in this area and Scotland and used the airport regularly. It saved him many tiring hours on the roads. We will return to normality at some point, and we should think about the future and people's employment. Here is a statement from Paul Jones. Just a quick note to say I fully support the runway extension at Southampton Airport. The business and leisure benefits it will bring to our area will be very much welcomed by me, my family and my workplace, even though the planes will fly directly over my house on their landing phase. Total environmental benefits of not travelling to London will outweigh the small local impact. Can't make an omelette without cracking some eggs. Here's a statement from Graham Compton-Price. I very much support the extension of the airport runway, as this would improve greatly the local economy and also cut down travelling by car to other major airports, particularly as the airport has great rail links with other parts of Hampshire and Dorset. New planes are also much quieter. I support the future of this fantastic airport facility. I'll pause there, Chair, in case there are any questions or points of clarification.
Thank you very much. Andy, are there any points that you would like to pick up or respond to? And councillors, can you indicate in chat if you would like to say anything? So we'll go to Chair. Okay, so we'll go to Councillor Bourne, please.
Thank you, Chair. Listening to those was very interesting, but there have been some poor assumptions that have come through here, such as the airport will close and that houses will be built on the site. So I thought it was just worth drawing those out because we've been told today that those aren't in scope. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Any other questions? The only point I wanted to just clarify was one of the statements referred to the importance to our local economy in the sort of Solent Lep sort of area of traveller visitors, you know, to the area and what they're spending. And earlier today we heard some other groups of residents who were suggesting that the majority of airport traffic is going out of the country, so the spend is going out. Could we maybe have some clarification around that issue, please? I'm guessing that might be Camilla. Or no, Andy, it looks like Andy.
Thank you, Chair. I think Camilla will probably come in with some additional points in this. I think it's fair to say that the report does, the committee report that members have got before you do talk albeit in the nitrate section, about the outgoing traffic possibly being greater than the incoming in terms of passenger movements. But in terms of the benefit to the wider economy in the Solent, we've talked about direct employment, so the people working on site directly to it, but also the indirect and the induced employment, so the spending in the area, and the catalytic benefits as a result of that as well, the wider benefits, and there have been a number of figures quoted today. I think if Camilla is able to maybe put a bit more meat on the bones of those, that might be quite useful, but I thought that's just a good scene setter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Happy to pick that one up. Yes, I noticed earlier on today there were some mentions of outbound tourism. I think this has arisen because Southampton has mentioned outbound tourism in its own application. I'd like to stress that from an economic development point of view, we've never been particularly interested in that aspect, and we support the application basically because of what is going to be coming in. In that respect, I'd like to reiterate what I think it was Mark Pierce mentioned, whose vehicle hire company depends so heavily on business from the Channel Islands. This is a pattern we see repeated across the borough, and I think it could only intensify if the extension is allowed to go ahead and other farther flung destinations can be reached. So from our point of view, yes, we see a lot of incoming visitors, principally of a business variety. So that's where our interest lies and our belief resides. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Camilla. And we have Councillor Tyson-Payne, please.
Thank you very much. This might actually be a question more for the airport themselves, but I note that there's no mention anywhere in the report about how, if the extension goes ahead, regional flights and local flights will be protected. So Alderney are very concerned that flights will continue for them. They have this, they seem to think that the airport might close, but let's not go there. If the airport extension happens, the idea is that they will be filling the slots with flights further afield. So what protection will take place to protect those of regional local flights? Many thanks.
Andy, can you comment, or is this a question that needs to go to the airport later, or Camilla even?
I would suggest that it's a detailed question that the airport themselves could answer, but it is interesting when we look at the air traffic movements over the last year or so since the Flybe closure. It's actually been a lot of that local flights to the Channel Islands, which has been the particularly active area, and I know that the airport themselves do value that passenger traffic, but I think they could probably be best placed to answer the protection of that in future scenarios. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So we're going to go to Councillor Bicknell now, please.
Thank you, Chair, and yeah, I'm glad that Councillor Tyson-Payne asked the question about the links from the Channel Islands, because obviously they have all sorts of connections here, and use Southampton Airport for medical transport. So I'm glad that'll be answered later. I have a question, whether or not it'll be able to be answered by Camilla, I'm not sure. But do we have any? I mean, it's going to be difficult in the for the last couple of years because they haven't been there. But do we have any sort of figures at all as to any links with the cruise industry, given the fact that just down the road we have the largest international cruise terminal in the country, and if people are sort of flying in using the hotels in the local facility, i.e. either at the airport, perhaps down at Lee Road or even near Gears Bowl, and coming in ahead of a cruise. So is there any link between sort of flying, cruise and fly? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bicknell. Yes, I believe there is a very close link. I don't have the figures to hand. I'll search for them as the evening proceeds and hope to have something for you in a bit. But I understand quite a lot of the local hotels do depend on the cruise link, and certainly the two sectors are inextricably joined. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I can't see that anyone else wishes to speak at this stage, so can I ask that we have the next batch of statements, please?
Thank you, Chair. I will now read approximately 10 statements, and then again there'll be a pause for questions or points of clarification. Here's a statement from Rebecca Paynton. I currently reside at Stoneham Cemetery Road. However, I've been a resident of Mansbridge all my life. The airport has been in use since I was very small. I was born in the 80s. I have absolutely no issue with the noise of plane engines or helicopters, despite being able to see the end of the runway from my window. The airport was here before I was born, so I've watched it grow and flourish. I've enjoyed the military aircraft that have recently used the airport as a training base. I understand the police, Southampton University Hospital and Coast Guard need to use the airport. I fully support the extension of the runway. We live in troubling times and people need jobs, especially local people. My father has helped set up a food bank out of Swaddling Station, and they have had a steady growth of customers each week. Many are people who have been furloughed and many have been made unemployed over lockdown. Although I'm usually pro-nature, the impact of a possible closure of the airport if the runway doesn't get extended will be devastating. Jobs are even more difficult to find after the pandemic, and something needs to be done to protect the livelihoods of everyone involved. So taking all the factors into consideration, I definitely support the extension of the runway. Excuse me. Here's a statement from Erwin Driver. I should like to support the proposed plans for Southampton Airport. Firstly, the airport creates local jobs and increased income for the area, so the busier it is, the greater number of jobs and income generated for the local area will be. Southampton and the surrounding areas would undoubtedly benefit financially from the increased business. I live near to the airport, so will be directly affected by the increased activity in larger aeroplanes. I accept this as a consequence of the survival and success of our local airport. The convenience of being able to fly from Southampton to a wide range of destinations far outweighs the impact of increased activity. Those objecting to the runway extension may feel they are protecting the environment. However, their objections are based on a narrow and probably ill-informed view of the aircraft industry. The future for aircraft is to become carbon neutral. For example, Airbus has revealed a fleet of zero emissions planes, which are primarily powered by hydrogen fuel and are carbon neutral. My son-in-law is the chief engineer at the ATI Aerospace Technology Institute, working on the Fly Zero project, the vision of which is for the UK to realise zero carbon emission commercial flight by the end of the decade. Furthermore, electric aircraft are being developed by a range of leading manufacturers. For example, Airbus has developed the world's first all-electric four-engine aircraft and has made significant progress in the electrification of flight. Not only will there be no negative impact on the environment by aircraft in the very near future, there will also be no noise. I urge those making this crucial decision to look to the future. Do not be constrained by the immediate narrow concerns of the objectors, but look ahead to a clean, prosperous local area supporting and being supported by a thriving airport. Allowing the extension to the runway will guarantee the future of the airport. Refusing it will be its death knell. Here is a statement from Julia Foss. I worked at Southampton Airport for 17 years and was recently made redundant, along with hundreds of other staff, which was due to the collapse of Flybe and COVID-19. I've dealt with passengers from all walks of life, businessmen, elderly people travelling to see family who find it daunting to travel to London and to bigger airports, holiday makers and everyday people travelling for trips and to see families. All of these passengers rely on Southampton Airport as it is convenient and saves travelling to London by car, coach or train, causing more congestion and emissions. The size of the extension will only be able to take on the same size aircraft as it currently allows, but will enable it to take off with a full flight of passengers and bags and go further afield in Europe, which will allow the airlines that are interested in Southampton but won't commit as the airport doesn't have the correct criteria. There is no hidden agenda. All the airport wants is to modernise for the type of aircraft that now fly to keep connecting the south to the UK, Europe and beyond. If the extension is refused, the airport will close. The passengers will still travel, but then congest the roads more and travel to London. The land will be sold and thousands of houses will be built, causing even more congestion and emissions in Eastleigh. Please save the airport. It will be good for jobs and the economy of Southampton, Eastleigh and the surrounding areas. Here is a statement from Julian Burke. Fully support this application and I live under the flight path. An extension to the runway will create jobs and enable local businesses to grow. From my business perspective, it is important to bring in customers from Europe, and Southampton Airport is ideal for a local business. This follows through to supporting hotels and restaurants. Without the extension, such flights will not be possible. I would also add that the extension will mean fewer trips to London airports by car and less pollution. Here is a statement from Charlie Gamble. I'm writing to you today to formally place my support for Southampton Airport's runway extension plans. As a Southampton and Eastleigh Borough Council resident my entire life, I have always taken an interest in projects and developments that will best serve the interests of our local community. I firmly believe that this runway extension is a long-term and sustainable means to achieve this for the reasons I shall now discuss. Alongside the collapse of Flybe and the detrimental impact the COVID-19 pandemic has had on Southampton Airport, the necessity for a long-term and financial viable solution to keep the airport open is only further reinforced. The new runway extension would allow for this, with Chancellor Rishi Sunak's announcement that one of the UK's first freeports will be based in the Solent. In a week where Fred Olsen Cruise Lines announced a dramatic increase in the use of Southampton cruise terminals, the extra footfall through the airport would only additionally supplement the success that the extension intends to bring. These decisions, external to the runway extension plans, will only result in greater connectivity and transport links, specifically here in the broader Southampton area. Not only this, the Freeport will play a vital role in the economic recovery of our locality by creating up to 52,000 new jobs in the post-pandemic era. By approving the runway extension plans, this will not only ensure greater connectivity in the region, but it will also provide much needed economic growth at a critical point in the rejuvenation of our entire country. Much of the protestation I've seen towards the runway extension plans have been underpinned by the environmental impact of the development. However, this argument is substantially flawed, given it does not take into account any prospective lean technology now being built into jet engines, both in the way of fuel emissions and noise disruption. As a frequent flyer myself, pre-pandemic, I have on a vast majority of occasions throughout my lifetime travelled to the London airports, Heathrow, Gatwick, and even beyond to Luton and Stansted, as these airports were the only ones catering to the requirements of my travel destination in terms of price, as well as the fact that they actually flew to that specific destination. Surely the numerous times a year I would often drive up to these airports has an equally harmful impact on our environment. Combine this with the hundreds of thousands of other passengers from our region who would be making a similar journey every year further highlights this. The runway extension would mean that I and many others like me would now be able to book competitively priced flights from Southampton Airport, because it could actually cater for the increased number of travel destinations many of us wish to travel to. Finally, I have also been made aware of West End Parish Council's decision to object to the airport expansion, which quite frankly I was astounded by. It is clear that this decision was made without any public consultation, because it does not reflect the opinions of the majority who are actually in favour of the expansion. A social media post on the West End Community Group Southampton to announce this decision is a prime example demonstrating just how out of touch this decision is with the overwhelming majority of their parish residents. For the reasons I've listed above and for the long-term benefit of our region, I hope you will vote in favour of Southampton Airport's runway extension plans. I look forward to your correspondence on this matter. Here is a statement from Leslie Stringer. I'm writing to inform you of my full support for the proposed airport runway extension. Post-pandemic, the government has stated that the country needs to build back better and greener, and this proposed runway extension provides an appropriate opportunity which aligns with this strategy. Because of the current limited flight destinations from local airports, those of us that live in Dorset and West Hampshire often need to travel to either Gatwick or Heathrow airports, resulting in additional car journeys that an extended flight schedule from Southampton Airport would avoid. It would also be possible to travel to Southampton Airport by train, avoiding car journeys completely. I therefore hope that this planning application is granted, and I look forward to being a frequent user at Southampton Airport in the future. Here is a statement from Mary Lawrence. I'm writing to support the proposal to extend the runway at Southampton Airport by 164 metres. I believe that Southampton Airport is ideally served by public transport with excellent train, bus and taxi services. However, in order to compete fully and allow planes with larger fuel loads, this runway extension is essential. The airport provides essential links for the Channel Islands, Ireland and Scotland, and it would be a very positive development if airlines could offer destinations which are further away, such as Greece, Turkey and the Canary Islands. Winter sun destinations could allow the airport to operate to its fullest extent all year round. Perhaps also, with the recent news of the Solent being developed as a free port, there may be a demand for more cargo operations in and out of the airport. The airport itself employs many local people, and if this small extension is allowed, more local people can be involved and employed, thereby making Southampton Airport the best airport in the south of the UK. I do sincerely hope that you will give the thumbs up to this extension. Here's a statement from Terry Batson. I have read the comments from a member of the West End Parish Council. In my opinion, and what I've heard by talking to our local residents, this in no way does reflect the popular feeling locally. As far as I'm concerned, most people do support the airport runway extension. Here's a statement from Jeff Pettit. I'm fully in favour of this. The continued availability of the airport is not only critical to the borough but also to the wider area, especially the industrial hub and port of Southampton. The airport authorities have done everything possible to reassure residents about noise and climate issues, which, quite frankly, is a drop in the ocean when compared to the environmental issues caused by the port of Southampton. Eastleigh needs this to retain its identity, otherwise it is in danger of becoming a massive nondescript housing estate. Please have the courage to support this small extension, otherwise we become just another part of Greater Southampton with the loss of the associated income derived from the airport. Here is a statement from Mike Slipper. My comment refers to the application by Southampton Airport in relation to extending the runway for 164 metres. I fully endorse and support this recommendation. The airport does a superb job in the economy of our region. As it is stifled by what aircraft it can use, I hope the committee overseeing this affair will realise this. I will pause there, Chair, in case there are questions or points of clarification.
Thank you, Sarah. So again, I would ask councillors to indicate in chat whether they wish to speak. And Andy, is there any points?
No.
Sorry, I seem to be picking up some interference there. Andy, do you have any points you wish to comment on?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay. I haven't seen that anybody wants to ask a question. Oh, yep, Councillor Bicknell would like to speak.
Thank you, Chair. It's something that one of the latter statements actually mentioned, and they mentioned about the Port of Southampton. Do we have any figures as to the potential carbon emissions that the Port of Southampton actually give off? And it's probably not going to be possible to get it if we don't have anything at hand.
Okay, Andy, do we have any figures relating to the port?
No, Chair, not within the environmental statement submissions or the appendices with it. The only figures in there relate to the transportation overall and sort of the emissions that come out from various means of motor transport, which I think 22% relates to aviation, and the overall emissions across the UK, and the aviation contributes to a small percentage of total emissions across the country, but it's not broken down in terms of Southampton Port itself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The only question I wanted to ask, or the point I wanted to pick up on, was one or several of the statements refer to the new technologies. So there was talk about hydrogen planes, electric planes, obviously the development of the new fuels, and there's been more in the news about that in the last week. And people talking about these things sort of coming online, say in 10 years, 15 years, something like that. And then in the session earlier today, we had people suggesting that we are running out of time and that we need to sort of, I suppose, pull back from the brink, so to speak. Otherwise, we will tip into a place of sort of no return. So I wonder if Andy Brennan maybe could just sort of comment on sort of which of those sort of viewpoints is, you know, because if we're talking about a 10-year time frame, that's 3.7 million emissions from the new development. So, you know, can you comment on these sort of new technologies?
Yes, certainly, Chair. So it is right that the government have put money into a Jet 2 programme, and they are looking at research and providing research to improve the efficiency of flight and look at electrical flight. The Climate Change Committee in their 6 carbon budget report assessed the likelihood of the impact of hybrid electric flights on the overall emissions from the sector. One of the challenges is that a lot of planes sit in fleets for 20 to 30 years, so the rate of change and the opportunities to replace with more efficient aircraft is limited to that life cycle of the airplane. The Climate Change Committee allow for 9% of aircraft movements by 2050 by hybrid electric planes. So that gives you a sort of an idea of their thinking as to the time scale to implement these. So they're looking very much towards the latter part of the sort of into the 2040s, and as I say, partly due to the life of aircraft.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Andy. So can we now go to the next batch of statements, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'll again now read approximately 10 statements, and then there'll be a pause for questions or points of clarification. Here is a statement from Richard Smith. I would like to say that the extension should be allowed for the following reasons. The local economy needs this after a year of job losses and shop closures. The effect on the environment is negligible due to the airport's green policy. Southampton City Council are planning a major development on the old Leisure World site, and this is the same council that blocked the airport due to environmental issues. We have all seen the effects of on a cruise ship day of blocked roads and cruise ships running their generators for 24 hours a day. And Mr. Smith includes a link to the Daily Echo to the plans for the Leisure World site. The extension is on the airport's existing land. You have also funded the Hilton at the Aegeus and again added to gridlock roads within West End and Hedge End on event days. You as a council have also allowed housing to be built on ancient woodland and greenbelt sites. This extension will allow the whole of the UK to be connected to Eastleigh and Southampton, and will also remove vehicles from roads who have to who have to travel to Heathrow and Gatwick. The airport opening and closing times will not change. You as a council should be doing the right thing for businesses and local communities by allowing this extension. Jobs will be protected and many more created. Here is a statement from Pam Ware. I'm writing to you all as a member of the public who lives fairly locally to Southampton and supports the extension of the runway at Southampton Airport. I have supported the extension of the runway from some time ago when it was first sent to planning application. I have used the airport over the years and find it a complete joy to use. It is a fabulous asset to the locality and the people who live in the surrounding counties. Extending the runway will increase the number of flights and enable longer haul flights by larger aircraft to use the airport, thus bringing in more business to the airport and local community. In the past, the airport has been limited due to the runway being unable to accommodate longer haul flights and larger aircraft, and so was only able to offer flights to destinations in the UK, Channel Islands and some of Europe. It was not commercially viable for many airlines to operate from Southampton Airport, and so unfortunately when Flybe went bust, Southampton more or less went bust too, its eggs all in one basket. The longer runway will attract more airlines to use the Southampton Airport, bringing more prosperity to the airport and local businesses. Also, there is no need to extend past the present perimeter of the airport to extend the runway, therefore causing limited disruption to local residents. The locality of the airport, being on the coast, also limits the amount of noise and air pollution to the local area. We cannot have green people who want no change at any time, stopping progress, especially when extending the runway, could benefit many hundreds of people, people working for the airport, businesses supplying the airport, and customers using the airport. I really think it is a no-brainer. And here is a statement from George Burkett of Cranberry Road, Sholing. I've used the airport for many years, both for business and pleasure. The convenience has always been paramount and has saved me many hours of travelling time. Not having the airport available would require numerous car journeys by car or rail to other airports. The viability of the airport is essential now in light of the proposed Freeport allocation. The accessibility of Eastleigh and Southampton is an integral part of this proposed operation and must be maintained. Eastleigh and Southampton are in an advantageous position, having easy access by road, rail, sea and air. And removing one of these facilities, especially air, would be detrimental to the area. The airport in the past has been of great benefit to Eastleigh and Southampton, both for financial and employment reasons. My property, while not under the flight path, is still close enough to provide an easy view of aircraft joining and leaving the airport. This may sound slightly strange, a slightly strange admission, but I look forward to seeing and hearing the air traffic returning, knowing that returning with it is the prosperity that our region has enjoyed for many years. The extension of the runway, I believe, is an essential part of the future of the airport. Failure to allow it would be the end of a valuable asset for Eastleigh and Southampton. Here is a statement from Lawrence Salvoni. Thank you for the opportunity of offering my few sentences to support the application. I'm a business owner and an international business traveller residing in Totland Bay on the Isle of Wight, as it happens directly underneath the flight path for Southampton and Bournemouth airports. The decision to recently move to the island was made because of the convenience of being located near to the centres of Southampton and Portsmouth. Moreover, for the past few years, I've been using the airport on many occasions for connections to Manchester, Amsterdam and Paris. This provided an excellent route to these major hubs for onward flights to the Middle East and Far East, without having to use any of the London airports with all of the other transport issues that that journey would entail. Extending the runway to allow larger, quieter aircraft to utilise the facility and thereby improve the frequency and choice of services would, I feel, be a major boost to the area's economy. So attracting more passengers and therefore peripheral business is a win-win situation. Here is a statement from Nick Hollenby. I fully support the expansion of Southampton Airport to accommodate larger jet aircraft and provide additional European and foreign destinations for local people. The move will bring substantial additional revenues to Eastleigh Borough Council, increase local employment and reduce the cost of car and train travel to London and Gatwick or Heathrow. Here is a statement from Lynn Malt. I'm writing to encourage you to support the planned extension of the runway at Southampton Airport. This airport is crucial to the economic survival and development of our area and the south of England in general. It applies to both businesses and recreational. This applies to both businesses and recreational travel. It is encouraging to see that Southampton and the Solent area has recently been made a free port. But if our airport is not allowed to expand its offerings, how can then this be realistically achieved? In fact, business opportunities would be restricted. In addition, once the cruise industry, which brings business opportunities to a much wider area than Southampton, opens up for business again, and many people who have not been able to cruise, start cruising again, it would be great if they could fly into Southampton from further afield and just drive from there straight to the docks or a local hotel which depends on that business, rather than driving from all over the country, producing much higher emissions. If this extension is refused, an increasing number of cars will then be using the roads to travel to Heathrow and Gatwick, pumping even more emissions into our atmosphere. The newer aircraft are being designed, and some are already being used, to generate less emissions and can carry so many more people, therefore minimising emissions per head. Understanding that there are some people concerned about the additional noise, surely it can't be that much different to when the airport was last running at full capacity in 2020, and the airport already adheres to restricted flying times and takeoff angles to minimise noise. I believe some households are being offered money for enhanced noise-reducing insulation, which is a generous offer. I hate to say it, but when most people moved into their houses under the flight path, they knew there was an airport there, and over the years, they've already experienced a growing number of flights, including jets, which would have been expected. They do have the option to move, although I know that won't be a popular suggestion. I live in Bishopstoke and have no problem with the increase in flight and noise, etc. In fact, I would love to be able to fly to more destinations from our airport. Our area needs this expansion for economic growth. Please support this. Here is a statement from Brian Nash. Thank you for the notification of the upcoming planning meeting and allowing me to submit the following. I firmly believe the planning application should be approved. With approval of a major employer for the surrounding area, there will be a guaranteed improved employment opportunities for hopefully years to come. It will improve connectivity for many people and save on the number of people having to travel to the London area airports, saving on pollution from many vehicles. It should fit in well with the recent government announcements that the Solent ports of Portsmouth and Southampton are being granted Freeport status. With ongoing improvements in aero engine technology and therefore leading to even further environmental, atmosphere and noise improvements. The owners of the airport have already stated in their planning application, if their planning application is not approved, then there is every possibility that the airport will not be viable financially and will likely close, therefore leading to further unemployment and strains on our local services in the local area. If the airport closes and is sold to a developer, there will be pressure to build houses on the site, thereby leading to further strains on the current very unstable employment market in the country. The airport, I feel, is an important asset and should be protected. Southampton Airport have already stated the size of the aircraft using the airport will not change, but it will allow airlines to increase the number of passengers they can carry and making routes much more commercially viable and add to destinations not currently possible due to the current runway length. Local business leaders support the application, so please do the right thing and approve the planning application. Here is a statement from Kamal Meyer. I feel that this will be a missed opportunity for Eastleigh Airport to expand and bring many tourists locally and internationally. The economic growth and local jobs outweighs any concerns raised. Football supporters will be able to fly down rather than travel by cars and other means of transport. This is a benefit to Eastleigh as well as the airport. With COVID hitting the travel industry hard, the runway will boost travel for the industry. More routes means more destinations to fly equals more growth benefiting Hampshire as a whole. Here is a statement from Alexander Bowring, a Southampton resident. As the build-up to the crucial Southampton Airport Plan vote builds, and as a resident of the city, I feel compelled to write to you and state my support. The idea that Southampton could be on the brink of becoming a major UK air presence in 2021 and beyond is something that this city would be foolish to pass up. We're entering a brand new air travel era in 2021, one that is going to call for larger airports outside London. Southampton has its role to play. The reality is that Southampton, over the next few years, has the chance to make itself one of, if not the most important city on the south coast. In a post-COVID world that is getting ever closer, regional air travel is going to be vital, and Southampton has a chance to become a trendsetter for that. Expanding the runway opens up the city to the world for business and tourism, bringing potentially millions more into the city's economy. Not only will it increase the numbers of tourists visiting the city, something which will surely be needed from a financial standpoint, it stands to put Southampton on the map as a global hub, linking us to the EU and beyond, creating new jobs and new routes in and out of the city. It will also lighten the load on Southampton's roads. If people can fly from their local airport, it will stop people driving to Gatwick and Heathrow and jamming the motorways. That alone says a lot about the importance of the runway extension being built. An airport improvement will also combine seamlessly with the area's Freeport status. As business growth emerges once again in the city, something that is a given considering the financial benefits. Having a well-connected airport is going to be one of of utmost importance. Southampton needs to be connected to the world on a major scale, and an improved airport allows that to happen. From a tourism perspective, a very similar argument could be made. Southampton is already the cruise capital of the UK. Linking that with a more robust and functional airport will only serve to bring more passengers, more footfall, and most importantly, more money to the local area. It is also worth mentioning that the UK City of Culture bid is picking up momentum. Accessibility will prove crucial both with the bid and the status, should it be awarded to the city. It appears that the major complaint from some, definitely not all in Eastleigh and Southampton area it seems, is noise and pollution. As has also been mentioned, the likely aircraft to be used are the 320neo and the 737 MAX. 2 aircraft that have impressively reduced noise levels and carry a much higher increased fuel efficiency. Both aircraft have improved their air climb that allows them to reach high altitudes quickly. Many residents need to understand that it won't be the old 737s and similar older aircraft flying over, and aircraft have come a long way since then. This, on top of the airport's continued commitment to delivering a greener and more sustainable operation, something that is also well documented, with data proving that the steps taken by the airport show tremendous will. Southampton, Eastleigh and the surrounding area has the chance to become something big in 2021 and beyond. Combine all the elements: free port status, cruise hub of the UK, potential city of culture status and the expanded airport, and there should be no reason why Southampton can't emerge in a post-COVID world as an economic force in the UK. I fully stand behind this application. It's time for Southampton to look forward. Here is a statement from Rita and Andy Carton of Colden Common. We write in support of the Southampton Airport application. Living under the flight path of the Southampton Airport has never found aircraft noise. We have never found aircraft noise to be a problem. The airport is a local amenity that provides employment and local economic benefits. In order to remain viable, it needs to be able to keep up with the demands of the expanding local community. New housing is springing up all around the local area. There is good access to the airport, being very near the M27 and M3 motorways, and its own train station with frequent services. The airport enables all residents in the south to fly without having to drive to London. This saves stress and time in 4 ways: shorter check-in times, not having to travel so far, not having to allow extra time just in case the M3 is blocked, less traffic congestion. It also benefits the tourist and cruise industries, the latter being expanded locally, by allowing easier access from further in the UK and overseas. I'll pause there again, Chair, in case there are any questions or points of clarification.
Okay, thank you very much. Andy, are there any points that you would like to pick up?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay, councillors, are there any points that you would like to comment on or ask a question about? I can't see that there are, so can we move on to the next set of statements, please?
Thank you, Chair. Again, I'll now read approximately 10 statements and then there will be a pause for questions or points of clarification. Here is a statement from Michael Gregory. I would like to make a statement in support of the application to extend the runway at Southampton Airport. I speak as a citizen of Gosport, part of the large concentration of populated areas within 45 minutes of Southampton Airport. I've lived in Hampshire for many years and I've used Southampton Airport many times over the years to travel within the UK as well as overseas. Not only that, family and friends have found Southampton Airport a great way to come and visit us as well as the South Coast. The ease of access of the airport is outstanding from all directions and millions of people live within 45 minutes of the airport. The M27, M3 and A3N bring many parts of Hampshire, Sussex, Dorset and Surrey within easy reach, as well as the railway line and station that makes Southampton one of the best connected airports in the country. Southampton has long been home to regional airlines flying small and medium-sized aircraft. The extension is not expected to allow very large aircraft to access the airport, but it is intended to make Southampton a more attractive facility, which should bring a wider choice of carriers and destinations to the South Coast population. Without a viable airport at Southampton, millions of South Coast residents would be forced to travel to London airports to access air travel. That would inevitably be by car, as long-distance rail journeys with lots of luggage and several changes to travel via London is not a prospect most people will want to face. Conversely, having a wider choice of carriers and destinations will be beneficial to many local residents. So a viable South Coast airport is vital to serve the large population of Hampshire, West Sussex, South Surrey, Dorset and the Isle of Wight. Bournemouth Airport at Herne is often cited as a viable alternative to Southampton. In reality, Herne is not an attractive prospect for most South Coast residents. It is much further away from large towns or cities like Basingstoke, Havant, Chichester and Portsmouth that are all within easy reach of Southampton Airport. In fact, Herne was used as a long-haul airport prior to the opening of London Heathrow Airport in the 1950s, but quickly fell out of favour as being too far from populous areas. There is, of course, a lot of environmental concern regarding the runway extension, and this is totally understandable. Concerns over noise, emissions, CO2, etc. are all totally valid, but air transport is not going away. Instead, aircraft manufacturers and aero engine providers are all carrying out vital research and development into cleaner engines, cleaner fuels, and indeed totally new types of engines and power sources are under development. The UK aviation industry, through companies like Rolls-Royce and Airbus, is at the cutting edge of some of this research, which are likely to come to smaller aircraft first, and therefore potentially to come to regional airports like Southampton first. Finally, I would like to highlight the importance of a regional airport to the prestige of the South Coast economic area. Many large companies based in the region need to have easy access to the rest of the UK and Europe without having to resort to travelling to the London airports. Having a thriving regional airport not only brings many local jobs to the airport itself, but is also vital to maintaining a thriving local economy. Having a successful airport is vital for the South Coast, being an attractive place to invest. Here is a statement from Paul Mormar. I'm in favour of the above proposal for the reasons below. The airport plays a crucial role in the south for the local economy for business and leisure travellers. It provides vital transport links linking our region with the rest of the UK and Western Europe, so enabling local businesses across our area to thrive by providing regional connectivity. Many businesses, jobs and livelihoods depend upon the airport. Whether it's a family holiday, a business trip or a vital link to family and friends, Southampton Airport offers convenience without the hassle of a trip to Heathrow or Gatwick. Times are tough for airports right now. COVID-19 has been difficult for the industry. If Southampton Airport is to remain viable, it needs a longer runway which would not have a significant environmental impact. With new routes being announced, it should allow other airlines to come in and compete, e.g. EasyJet, Ryanair, with Boeing 737s and A320 jets able to operate. It has submitted plans to Eastleigh Borough Council for a 164-metre runway extension, but if it is not approved, then its future is in doubt. Here is a statement from Councillor Curl. My apologies for not being able to attend the meeting to speak in person due to work commitments. Eastleigh Borough Council declared a climate emergency in 2019 and set ambitious targets for the borough to be carbon neutral by 2030. This declaration was in full knowledge that we share many similar challenges to other councils, but most do not have airports to consider within their plans. This presents a challenge, but one we are committed to. Eastleigh is well connected through the motorway, by train, airport and with the port at Southampton. Many choose to live here because of these networks which benefit jobs and the economy, but with this comes impacts on the environment, our wildlife and contributions to climate change. Everything we choose to do as individuals through travel, work and what we eat, what we buy, consume and waste, what we do for recreation, where and how we get there, are all factors driving climate change. These are some of the biggest climate impacts, and it's how we all address these which will have the biggest positive impacts on the effects of tackling climate change. From an environment perspective, two elements of the application need careful consideration. First is the physical airport expansion, and second, the impact the expansion would have on the environment and climate as a consequence of increased flights and passenger numbers. Many environmental impacts will be addressed through conditions in the Section 106 agreement and the CEMP. I would like a more ambitious mitigation plan for the loss of the trees, bund and grassland, with a better tree replacement ratio than 1 to 2, and a greater overall biodiversity net gain across the site closer to 10%, as in Parliament's Emerging Environment Bill. There's a real opportunity to enhance habitat and improve biodiversity given the difficulties to mitigate emissions from the increase in flights, rather than just carbon offsetting. This could be an opportunity to redress some of that impact locally on and off-site. I welcome the noise insulation policy and action plan. This will help those most affected from noise, as well as the air quality strategy, ongoing monitoring and reporting, as well as the use of electronic ground power for aircraft. I welcome the carbon reduction strategy and ambitions for ground fleet to become more sustainable, and I also welcome the cap on passenger numbers and restrictions on flights, which will help address impacts on nearby residents. I would welcome the opportunity to work with the airport on carbon offsetting schemes and initiatives. Gaps in government policy don't help. If we're serious about reducing greenhouse gases and carbon emissions, then it is the government's responsibility to legislate with ambitious targets for reductions across the industry as a whole, including aviation. We are not going to stop flying for leisure, using our cars or stop eating meat, but by doing these less, by encouraging behavioural change in lifestyle and consumer choices, we can limit and mitigate climate change. This will be achieved through improvements in science and innovation, technological advances in more efficient engines and fuels. A balance can be struck which understands there will always be impacts on the environment and climate from our activities, but that we must strive to do all we can individually and collectively to reduce and mitigate those impacts. In conclusion, I would like to see a more ambitious biodiversity mitigation strategy, more use of renewable energy, including solar, across the site, as well as a carbon offsetting scheme. I hope these can be achieved by condition and negotiation. If so, taking all else into consideration, I am on balance marginally in favour of the plan. Here is a statement from Ian Ritchie. Thank you for the opportunity to give a view as a local resident and regular long-time user of the airport, both for business and leisure travel. The first question to be answered is, do we want an airport or not? If the answer is yes, then the planning application must be considered. If the answer is no, then the vote must go against the application. I say that because of two events. The first, the pandemic, has decimated travel generally and air travel in particular, and as we know, Southampton Airport is currently partially closed. The second is the demise of Flybe. In normal circumstances, this would and should present to other carriers the opportunity to fill the void, restore many of the lost services and offer more travel destinations. However, this is dependent upon the functionality of the airport and, crucially, the runway. It has been demonstrated that without the extension, the projected income falls short of viability, and commercially it would be suicide for the owners to support a loss-making venture. There is a misconception that the longer runway is needed for larger aircraft. As I understand it, the need is more to enable aircraft to carry more fuel, which in turn extends the range of destinations that the airport may service. This in turn will generate more income and jobs for our local area in the same way as the success of Southampton as a cruise terminal has stimulated that local economy. The airport plays a part in that by bringing passengers from the north of England and Scotland quickly and economically to Southampton. In the budget, Chancellor Sunak has earmarked the Solent area, which includes Eastleigh, as one of the three ports. It is logical to assume that part of the increased economic activity will necessitate travel to and from the area, some from distance. Are we really saying they can go to Bournemouth or Gatwick and consequently spend as much time on the final leg as they did in the air? I'm recently retired, but in over the years, the ability to fly to Manchester, Belfast, Dublin, Glasgow, Edinburgh and the Channel Islands has been very useful to me. There are back in the day arriving fresh for meetings rather than suffering delays on the motorways or railway. The position of Southampton City Council makes me smile, albeit ironically or cynically. The city benefits massively from the airport, and if it were to close, ask yourselves in reality, what are the chances of Southampton winning its application to be City of Culture in 2025, which would of course benefit Eastleigh by virtue of its close proximity. Why do I say cynically or ironically? Because their planning committee has voted against the development, safe in the knowledge it is Eastleigh who make the final decision. I suspect that behind closed doors they will be praying for a positive result, but of course able to demonstrate their green credentials by saying we didn't vote for it. Time forces me to end now. The submission focuses on the commercial and social need for the airport. I'd far rather start my journey by paying an Eastleigh-based taxi to drive me 10 minutes to my local airport, rather than take me on the A31 or M23 at peak times to head to the nearest local alternatives. Remember, no extension ultimately means no airport. Here is a statement from Stephen Kendall. I wholeheartedly support the plans to extend the runway at Eastleigh Airport. I think it is the best thing for Southampton and Eastleigh. As far as pollution is concerned, I think any extra pollution will be cancelled out by fewer cars travelling up the M3 past Eastleigh. It will be great for employment. I live very close to the landing and takeoff approaches, and I really don't think the noise will be any worse than it is on any normal summertime. My wife and I both think it will be a great asset for the Southampton and Eastleigh area, so we hope you vote in favour of the airport extension. Here is a statement from Matthew Rickard. I'm taking this opportunity to submit my short statement of support for the proposed improvement to the runway at Southampton Airport. Firstly, I myself am very proud to be a regular user of the airport and have been so for the past 30 or more years. I'm proud of the airport's rich history and am now also very proud and impressed with the management who work closely with local communities on many things, including noise abatement, flight path tracking, air quality, environmental issues, carbon footprint management and local events. So we all know the facts. This proposed lengthening of the runway is already within airport-owned land, and the lengthening will ensure that the aircraft which already use the airport are given the opportunity to fly more efficiently to their destination without the current restrictions imposed upon them. It is not airport expansion, it is simply improving an existing model. It must also be understood that the airport cannot expand and the use of that word is incorrect. The airport has minimal parking spaces, stands for aircraft, and therefore can only operate so many flights per day, and this will always be. It is a regional municipal airport, an award-winning one too, but the airport management or owners have no wish for it to become anything more than that. It is superbly placed with excellent road, rail and sea connections, and being small, it's quick to check in, check out and stress-free. With the Solent Freeport scheme on its way for Southampton, this airport now more than ever must be supported and trusted as a key community player and vital to our economy. I truly believe that the promises that have been made by airport management, including a vast reduction in annual flights, are absolutely achievable with this improvement. Why operate 2 or 3 flights with restricted fuel and passenger loads when one flight on a small, modern, eco-friendly aircraft with seats full and the necessary fuel load will do the trick? And yes, the airport management want to serve the community, not annoy the community. So promises of strict noise controls and operating times, giving more power over to the local authority, should be welcomed and embraced by all of us. I live right under the flight path in Bitton Park, and the noise of an aircraft is very short-lived. And I don't believe that any aircraft that I see using this wonderful airport is any more of a pollutant than the cars, vans, trucks and trains that thunder around us all day and night. Road noise, train, shipping and car pollutants should not be swept aside in society's current eco-war. This historical and award-winning airport has always been a much needed and important part of the South's connectivity, serving a wider area than just Eastleigh and Southampton for crucial business and important leisure routes. Businesses relied heavily upon so many of the routes once served by Flybe. They will welcome the return of these routes in the future. It is true that with a successful regional airport, once again, we won't see hordes of people driving to use the London airports, and it's true that the convenience and quickness of checking in and the ease of travel that the airport is well known for will return, and it will run at the same successful levels that it did pre-COVID. And as promised, this will be with much less flights promised, making it still very environmentally friendly. Southampton Airport has every right and reason to request this improvement work to sustain a great future for business and leisure in our wider community. It would be unthinkable to lose this incredible service. The job losses and impact on business and travel would take years to overcome, and we wouldn't be the same Eastleigh or Southampton ever again. Please put a smile on the face of our community and give the airport a chance to prove they can deliver. Here is a statement from David Starkey. I was the EU's economic advisor at both ICAO's CAEP 3 and 4 deliberations determining noise and emission regulations for international aviation. Advisor for a large number of House of Commons Select Committee inquiries regarding aviation matters, and on the expert panel advising the UK Airports Commission. I'm writing in a personal capacity. We should not underestimate technical progress. Necessity is the mother of invention, and great strides are being made with electric propulsion for aviation. Electrically powered aircraft are scheduled to enter service with commuter airlines in the US in the next couple of years, e.g. Cape Airlines. Britain Norman on the Isle of Wight, in collaboration with Rolls-Royce and others, are involved in developing this market. One might expect to see entering service around the turn of the decade or soon after electrically powered regional aircraft suitable for routes from Southampton to the Channel Islands, Manchester, Leeds and possibly Scotland. By this stage, many passengers using an extended car park would also be using electrically powered cars. Existing fundamental aerodynamic features of aircraft will remain, so that a small runway extension can be expected to assist the development of such aviation services, contributing to the economic development of the Solent area. Longer distance international aviation will be a different matter. Although there will be some amelioration of emissions through blended fuels, it will not be possible to eliminate carbon-based fuels in the foreseeable future. However, we should note that the target by 2050 is not zero emissions, but net zero, allowing offsetting of carbon emissions from certain activities where fuel substitution is difficult. It should also be noted that the climate change legislation is written on a UK territorial basis, which means that aircraft departing Southampton, once outside UK territory, will not be contributing countable emissions. The logic of extending the reach of the legislation would mean possibly disallowing imported goods because of their embedded carbon. Thus, a car manufactured in Germany and imported into the UK that used in its manufacture Russian natural gas imported into Germany through Nord Stream 2 would have to be treated in the same way as UK-related international aviation. Paragraphs 22, 32 and 39 of the planning application statement refer to competing airports and specifically Bournemouth. It is my understanding that competition issues in this case, the possible abstraction of air traffic from competing facilities, is not a valid basis in planning law for objecting to an application. Southampton Airport does compete effectively, partly because it is remarkably well connected to the rail network. I can think of only one other UK airport possibly with a shorter distance between rail platform and check-in desk. Therefore, it seems appropriate to be encouraging the use of Southampton Airport and its rail connection, even if this was at the expense of competing airports such as Bournemouth. The runway extension will assist in this regard and encourage the better use of the existing runway in accordance with the ANPS and MBU as set out in paragraphs 1.39 and 1.42 of the planning application statement. Here is a statement from David Pinhorn. I'm writing to offer my support to the above application, which I feel is critical to the economic development of the area, and further will support the Solent Freeport announced recently by HM Government. The lengthened runway will allow the more efficient small, medium-sized aircraft access to the airfield alongside the development of more eco-friendly electric versions of these important aircraft types. I hope the request is approved and that work can commence and complete quickly. Here is a statement from Fiona Williams. I would like to express my support for the runway extension. I travel regularly from Southampton to Scotland for business and personal reasons and other parts of the UK on business. I feel the area will benefit from a boost to employment, additional destinations and competitive pricing. Here is a statement from Brian Johnson, Chair of the Solent Enterprise Partnership. We write this statement in support of the planning application by Southampton Airport for a short extension to the existing runway, which will be considered by the Eastleigh Local Area Committee on Thursday the 25th of March 2021. The board of the Solent Local Enterprise Partnership, the LEP, is clear that the extension to the runway within the perimeter of the airport is necessary for the viability of the airport and the future economic prosperity of the local economy. The planning application for the short extension to the runway is one of regional significance that will have deep implications for local businesses, communities and the future prosperity of our economy. A decision to refuse the application risks bringing the 110 years of aviation in Eastleigh to an end. It will be disastrous for the local economy at a time when the COVID-19 pandemic is having a devastating economic impact, particularly in sectors that benefit from the connectivity that Southampton Airport provides, most notably our visitor economy. Pre-COVID, in the Solent and across Hampshire, the tourism and hospitality sector employed just under 100,000 people, over 11% of all employment, with 65,000 of these jobs in the Solent alone. The area attracts 43.5 million visitors per annum, spending £2.72 billion and generating £3.27 billion in total. The airport plays an important role in underpinning this significant economic activity, recognising that 40% of the airport passenger split in 2019 had leisure and cruise as the trip purpose. Pre-COVID, the passenger splits showed that 30% had a business purpose, evidencing the important role that the airport provides for the business community and jobs, and we are very aware of the large number of businesses and business representative organisations that are supportive of this application. The demand for air travel that Southampton can satisfy will not disappear. It will simply be displaced to airports such as Gatwick or Heathrow and increase costs, time and carbon. Moreover, to refuse this application will be a decision to step away from an ambition to support the recovery the economy needs, to miss the chance to build back greener and actively drive the pathway to net zero aviation targets. Such a decision will have generational consequences that will see our area and our young people left behind. A decision to approve the application will be transformative, bringing fresh hope to a region that will see at least 28,000 jobs lost to the pandemic, countless businesses close, a visitor economy decimated, and give our young people new hope and opportunity. Southampton Airport, with its focus on interregional connectivity, is ideally positioned to be at the leading edge of aviation technology to push forward low carbon travel and drive the uptake of sustainable aviation fuels and develop the infrastructure of the future to place the Solent at the forefront of green planes. This is our opportunity to be at the vanguard of the transition of aviation to jet zero and to provide our young people with the opportunity to be the green engineers of tomorrow, not simply pass the issue onto another airport, exacerbating the carbon footprint and appeasing a minority. The prize is significant, real, and is a decision away. I will pause there, Chair, in case there are questions or points of clarification.
Thank you, Sarah. Councillors, do you have any questions you wish to ask? Andy, do you wish to pick any points up?
Nothing from me, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, I can see Councillor Bicknell would like to ask a question.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm not so sure. I'm not sure if it'd be able to be answered now or whether we need to wait until members of the actual airport are in attendance. But for the first time in that series of statements, it came up about the actual airport stands, i.e. where you park the airport, as being a restriction on the actual operation of the airport, because obviously you have to be a little bit. You have to park an aircraft a little bit differently than you park cars. That hasn't been mentioned before. I don't know whether Andy's got anything on it. And the only other one which has been mentioned a number of times now, which is why I bring it up, is it's been brought up now a number of times that no airport, no extension means no airport. And so therefore it's questions around the actual survival of the airport and whether or not it will actually remain open if this extension is not granted. Thank you.
Okay, over to you, Andy.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the first question that Councillor Bicknell raised about airport stands and any restrictions that they impose, no, I'm not aware of any limitations as a result of the stands. I know there are 14 of them there, and some are easier to get to than others, and by default will restrict the size of planes that can access them. But no, I'm sure the airport team can answer in more detail any limitations their current arrangements have. In terms of the second point, it's something which has come up throughout the day's discussions in terms of the closure of the airport, to put it bluntly, if the runway isn't extended. That's not the case. That's not what members are being asked to consider. I know it's a fear that many people have, and the airport have been quite honest and set out in their supporting information, most notably in the latest ESA2, that there is a break-even point, which we've talked about previously, of around about 1.2 million passengers passing through. With the runway extension, they're looking to get to sort of 3 million passengers. Without the runway extension, currently it's just under 1 million passengers as a baseline, and that would creep up slowly over the next few years to about 1.027 million passengers, so not much of an increase. And as we've discussed previously, what that would mean is the airport would have to look at alternative arrangements for funding to remain as a viable business. That isn't the same as saying if the application is not approved that the airport will close, and we just need to make that very clear. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I can't see that any councillors are waiting to ask any questions on the statements we've had thus far. Do we have any more statements, or are we going to live speaking? Okay, I understand we have 3 more videos to go. So can I ask that we play those before we go to our live speakers?
Start.
My name is Caroline Oseman. I'm the owner of WJ French & Son Shoe Shop in Bedford Place, Southampton. My business is over 200 years old, and I'm also the Vice Chair of the Go Southampton Business Improvement District. Go Southampton represents some 600 businesses in the city centre of Southampton. I wish to support the application for the runway extension. Today, I wish to focus on the economic opportunities that lie ahead if the application is approved. First, I would suggest that cleaner, quieter planes are on the horizon. Just a month ago, the Daily Telegraph covered the first flights of the Spirit of Innovation, a 100% electric plane developed by the UK startup Electroflight with Rolls-Royce. New technologies will quickly address the quite legitimate environmental concerns of objectors to this application. Second, the airport is a crucial part of Europe's largest turnaround cruise port in Southampton, which hosts some 2 million passengers every year. In the next few weeks, the natural gas-powered Iona, the first in a new generation of huge cruise ships, will arrive with a capacity of 5,200 people. Its sister ship, Arviva, will arrive in 2022. By 2050, cruise passenger numbers will have doubled to 4 million. We need our airport to carry cruise passengers, crew and support staff to and from Southampton. Third, the airport is crucial to our wider visit economy. The city's new destination management plan points out that more than 8 million visits were made to Southampton in 2019, contributing 422 million of direct expenditure and supporting a total of 7,720 full-time job equivalents. We now strongly believe that we will win in our bid to be UK City of Culture, which could bring a further 28% of visitors to the city. Fourth and finally, the government's announcement of a new Solent-free port endorses Southampton's claim to be the gateway of the world. For Britain, particularly in the post-Brexit era, already 90% of goods leaving the port go to destinations outside the EU, and our container traffic is also forecast to double by 2050. The free port and indeed the airport itself will be a massive incubator for green technologies. If the Solent region and the county are to prosper in this new era, we will need our airport. Now is the time for Southampton and Eastleigh to show their ambition and to create an economic and social environment in which future generations can thrive. We call upon you to hear the voice of our local employers and make a positive decision for our city and the wider region. Thank you.
Southampton Airport runway extension. I fully support the application for the short extension to the runway for the following reasons. I moved to Eastleigh 4 years ago and live within a 20-minute walk of the airport. I do on occasions hear airport operations, but nothing to cause me issues with home or work life. One of my main reasons for moving to Eastleigh was the excellent travel connections, both by train and air, that Eastleigh offers. I have used the airport for both business and pleasure. The benefits of not having to travel great distances to other airports and face the usual delays that invariably occur is a major plus. Reducing my car usage and time is also important. In the times I have used Southampton Airport, the delays are rare, both departing or returning, and it is stress-free to use. You are looked after, enabling fast processing both at departure and arrival. For example, I had to attend a meeting in Leeds, but only had a limited time due to family commitments. Using Southampton Airport enabled me to leave home at 7:45 AM, walk, check in, board and be airborne by 8:40 AM, arriving well on time for a 10 AM meeting, doing the return at 4 PM and home by 6. If I had used rail, it would have meant leaving well before 6 AM and not getting back till well after 10, or even staying overnight. The plane on both journeys was over 3/4 full and was cost effective to use. Since this application was raised, I have looked at the whole importance and interactions of the many areas that make this airport successful. Not only the awards for being one of the best in the region for service, but how crucial it is serving a major city and the tourism sector such as the cruise terminal. The airport does rely on many local businesses and vice versa. And again, as we re-establish our economy, this is important for this to continue. It was with sadness to see the demise of Flybe earlier last year, and of course COVID-19 curtailing travel in general. Yes, changes in how we meet have been made, and this may look like the extension as planned is not required. However, if this opportunity is not given, I feel the whole area will lose out into the future by not keeping up with important travel links and destinations, by attracting much needed economic growth, employment and future development. I would rather have a larger, more efficient plane that is full than if the airport returned to private use only and the airways above us being clogged with more noisy, unrestricted light aircraft. Having previously lived near a private airport, it is not pleasant. So please uphold this application and let us continue to develop our best asset in the area for long into the future. A small change will create a lot of positive results. Thank you. Richard Searson, Eastleigh resident.
I am pleased to have the opportunity to share my strong support for the runway extension. My name is Julian Gray and I live 2.5 miles from the airport. I'm a governor of care with the 6th School Southampton and senior partner of PricewaterhouseCoopers Southampton. My comments in support of the extension are made in the context of the importance of a viable airport to the local economy. So I want to start by sharing some revealing economic data. Firstly, in 1998, the GVA per head in Southampton was 17.1% above the national average. By 2015, it was 3.9% below the national average. Second, Southampton's last 10 years GVA growth rate was 32.4% compared to a national average of 36.7%. So whilst we may perceive we live in the prosperous southeast of the UK, the Southampton area economy has gone significantly backwards. In recent years, many larger businesses, including those in professional services, have significantly reduced or withdrawn their presence from this area. This situation is likely to get worse with the longer term implications of the pandemic. There are reasons, however, to be positive. In PwC's recently published 2021 Good Growth for Cities Index, Southampton came out number 3 in the UK. The index tracks the factors that the public consider most important to their economic and social well-being. In Southampton's case, the social factors outweigh some of the challenging economic factors. That said, I do sense a real excitement in the area with initiatives to boost local investment, attracting inward investment and creating new skilled jobs. Most significant is the success of the Solent LEP's Salem Freeport bid. This is a potential game changer for the region. So, to my support for the airport, I want to see Southampton back on the map, nationally and internationally. For the first time in several decades, the building blocks are coming together. along with the ambition and vision from a community committed to working together. Critical will be maintaining the connectivity to the area. Southampton Airport is well positioned at the bottom of the M3 and mainline rail connection with London. The airport provides us with vital links nationally and into Europe. It is an important transport hub for businesses and residents. Without it, trade and jobs will be lost, far beyond those employed at the airport. Without it, the message to the business community will be a lack of support to business from local government. Critically, inward investment to the region, taking advantage of the substantial incentive from the Solent Freeport status, will be discouraged by the lack of connectivity with limited or no airport. We cannot afford to reject this runway extension. There is a real danger that without the runway extension, the airport may cease operations entirely, devastating our connectivity and economic prospects. This is a key decision that will have a significant impact on our communities. Supporting the extension will help tackle some of our long-standing inequalities, reverse the declining economic prosperity, create good jobs for our children, and make us proud of the area we live, work and play in. Thank you.
So thank you. I believe that's the end of our written statement section. So we're now going to go to supporters. The first 5 people who will be speaking are Mr. Dan Coleman, Mr. Chris Last, James Dugsack, Ross McNally and Tim Hancock. So do we have Dan Coleman with us, please? You're muted at the moment, Mr. Coleman. Thank you. Welcome to ELAC.
Thank you very much. Yes, my name is Daniel Coleman and I'm a flight operations professional. Since Flybe's collapse last March, there are currently no operators of the ATR, Dash 8 and Embraer jets at large in the UK. These aircraft had ideal performance characteristics to operate from Southampton's existing length of runway. Flybe were able to operate with full load of passengers and baggage and with enough fuel to service their network in a way that made Southampton an ideal and profitable operating base. Major UK airlines such as Ryanair and Jet2 operate the modern 737 series, with EasyJet operating the A320. These can indeed operate from the existing runway length, but largely with operational restrictions, i.e. fewer passengers, which results in less revenue, and or less fuel, which results in limited range. This is what makes Southampton unattractive to these airlines at present. Through my work in flight operations, I have access to a 737 performance calculation tool, similar to what Ryanair currently use. With max passengers, 198, and baggage for all customers, plus 7 tons of fuel, which is enough to reach Berlin, the aircraft can depart, but only with 28 metres of runway remaining, which is very tight. And more importantly, this simulation also assumes ideal weather conditions. However, once the conditions deteriorate, i.e. gusty day or a wet runway, conditions that on a traditionally longer runway wouldn't be an issue, start to become an issue in the case of Southampton, and the aircraft would not be able to depart. An extension of 164 metres, albeit small in the wider aviation context, would increase the margin sufficiently for a fully loaded 737 to depart in most prevalent conditions expected in the UK. With the simulated fuel of 7 tonnes, this would be enough to allow services well into mainland Europe, Berlin, Madrid, Rome, amongst others. Southampton Airport has a lot to offer. The airport has the potential reach of 2 million people in Hampshire and the wider areas, and does not include those in and around the area of Sussex, Surrey and South London who may prefer Southampton as an alternative to Gatwick. If the likes of Jet2, Ryanair and EasyJet were to take an interest in Southampton, it would create hundreds of more roles for the residents of Eastleigh and surrounding areas. And these would not just be within those airlines, but wider aviation support roles, aircraft handlers, fuelers, catering, hotels, and so on. This is an existential moment for Southampton Airport. This proposal is a great opportunity for Southampton Airport and an opportunity it cannot afford to miss. Without the extension, this airport does indeed risk becoming obsolete, which in turn puts at risk in the order of 700 airport jobs that are crucial to the local community and families. Transversely, the extension would be better place Southampton for growth in the future in time for when more greener technologies will exist, creating further prosperity in the community and the local economy. I remember the devastation caused by the closure of the Ford factory in 2013 and the 500 job losses that came with it. I should hate to see that scale of job losses again as a direct result of something that is entirely avoidable. I'd like to amend this statement to the committee. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We're now going to go to Mr. Chris Last, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for letting me make a brief statement in support of Southampton Airport's planning application. My name is Chris Last and I am the Human Resources Director at NATS. NATS is the UK's main provider of air navigation services. I am making this statement rather than one of our operational leaders, as the continued existence and success of the airport is important to us as one of the largest employers in Hampshire. Prior to the pandemic, NATS employed 4,300 people, including air traffic controllers, engineers, and professional and business support staff. As a business, we had a pre-pandemic turnover in excess of 892 million. We have two main offices in Hampshire, our operations centre in Swanwick and our headquarters in Whiteley. We also have an operations centre in Prestwick in Scotland. NATS also has many other sites across the UK, including towers at many of the UK's main civil airports and military airfields. As such, a strong regional transport link is important to our business to enable staff to move between our operational sites in the UK, but also internationally. Crucially, we need an efficient link between the two centres in Hampshire and our one in Scotland. There is a large number of journeys between these two sites each year. NATS staffs are frequent users of Southampton Airport because of this. As well as being a large local employer, our workforce is also a highly skilled one, embracing many different specialisms, particularly in the STEM field. Attracting this type of talent is always challenging and is often very dependent on the region being an attractive place to live and work. When we relocated from London to Hampshire in 2002, this area was chosen partly because we considered it to be somewhere existing staff would be happy to relocate to and future staff will be attracted to. If we lose Southampton Airport, we feel this will have a considerable negative impact upon this. Having Southampton Airport locally also has a wider impact on the local economy, which benefits NATS as a business. The local region has become a highly skilled, well-regarded aviation hub, with many local businesses and other organisations are a vital part of the supply chain for the airport and NATS. For example, the University of Southampton, through its civilian aviation and aeronautics research and teaching, helps develop the STEM skills this industry needs and also provides crucial research and development. If a vital cog to this sector, Southampton Airport, were to cease operating, the impact locally would be much wider than those just directly employed by the airport. Thank you for letting me make a statement today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Last. So we're now going to go to Mr. McNally. Oh, sorry, no, we're going to Mr. James Dukesack, please.
Thank you. Speaking on behalf of the airport, but as a very local resident, and by local, I mean Campbell Road, I'd first like to thank everyone for my opportunity to speak today. I've lived in Eastleigh since 2017. There's something unique about living here, should it be the doorstep to our countryside or seaside. Before COVID hit, we saw a thriving town, seeing every shop in town open and business blooming. And its ease of access by transportation from motorway links to the railways and shipping from Southampton. And the reason we're here all today, aviation. We have it all, and it's mine and our time for aviation in Eastleigh, Hampshire and the United Kingdom to step up. Last year, I left the military, a very stable career, to begin a new life and a new career at the airport and in aviation. I felt the blunt start by my start date being delayed due to Flybe collapsing and then losing my job completely when COVID really struck. Times are difficult and understandably difficult for everyone. However, today I'm here stronger and prouder than ever before to be working for everyone who transits the airport and working with my fellow employees. What does this airport really mean to me? It's local and doorstep transportation. Within a mile, I can join a motorway, step on board a train, or I could board an aircraft and fly to Europe or the whole world. Yes, this airport means work, but not only work. I see a career with a future and progression along the way. My daily reward is seeing passengers fly in and out to visit family or for work and business trips, and even happier times, people jetting off on exciting and fun holidays. I want to see more. I believe many more want to as well. Sometimes I even want to join them. I use the word local and doorstep, but it truly is. Any job where you can cycle or walk to work is great, and that's exactly what I do. This is very much a community airport with a proud history. I'm making a difference here. By supporting the airport, I'm supporting my neighbours. By supporting my neighbours, I'm supporting our local economy. This is our opportunity to stay on the map. Let's not lose it. A current holiday for me means a 3 AM start, a minimum of 2-hour drive plus fuel to another airport and at least £100 in parking fees. That's before I've joined the long queues to check in. For less than 200 metres, Eastleigh, Southampton and Hampshire are open to the world. I can leave the car at home, jump on a bus or train, and one stop later I'm checking in. I see the extension as a stepping stone to future adventures and opportunities. I want the airport to be here for me, my neighbours and everyone. Thank you for listening. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, James. Before we move on, I'm sorry, we're going to just have to take a short pause for a technical hitch. So if you can just... No, I'm told that the technical hitch has been fixed, so that's good. So we will move on to Mr. McNally, please.
Thank you very much. I'm Ross McNally, CEO and Executive Chair of Hampshire Chamber of Commerce. Hampshire Chamber is fully supportive of the planning application for Southampton International Airport. We believe it is essential that the planning application for the runway extension is approved for the very best future of the airport. Despite the Flybe collapse and in the face of the pandemic, it is welcome news that a growing number of airlines choose to operate services from Southampton to a range of destinations. They recognise the potential of the vital transport link for the Solent economy. However, it is clear that the development of this important connection is essential to support the ambitions of the Solent region, with its growing business community, resident needs and the vital tourism sector. The extension to the runway would provide the capability to secure additional carriers, helping future viability. The importance of this decision extends beyond the livelihoods of those employed at the airport and in its supply chain, as important as those of course are. The whole Solent business community depends on a well-connected region. As a leading voice of business, we know just how vital it is that we are connected with our customers, our markets, our suppliers and our employees at sites both nationwide and beyond. This, in simple terms, aids inward investment. The Solent is the UK's trading gateway to the world, and Southampton International Airport is strategically located to support this global status. The economic restart we're about to experience provides a truly once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to establish the whole of the Solent as a favoured tourism zone, business zone and trading gateway, all second to none. Southampton and Solent, to include the airport, being granted freeport status, strengthens the airport's vital role in supporting the business community and becoming an essential economic and transport link to the area. Significantly, Hampshire Chamber supports the airport's key role in a green recovery. It is through a considered development such as this that the airport is able to work positively towards the Jet Zero objective and contributing to the Solent being at the forefront of new technologies and innovation in cutting aviation emissions. We ask the panel to back the airport. We ask you to back local businesses, local communities.
That's 30 seconds.
The visitor sector and the great potential of this economy, ensuring the future prosperity of the airport and serving the whole of the Solent region. We thank the panel.
Thank you very much. And the last speaker in this section, Mr. Tim Hancock, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Tim Hancock and I chair the Business South Regeneration Group. Business South represents over 120 employers in our region, and to name but a few, they include the Ageas Bowl, Carnival, Kia, IBM, Meachers, Southampton Football Club, Ordnance Survey, Holiday Inn and Hilton, Red Funnel and Fawley Waterside. The objective of Regen South is to support the continued economic success of our region and to attract inward investment. Global connectivity is imperative for our region, which is why Business South members overwhelmingly support Southampton Airport's planning application. Local businesses need convenient and frequent access to regional and global markets to survive. The regular service that the airport provides are essential for the region's continued success and economic recovery. Without our local airport, many companies would suffer and the region would be far less attractive to inward investors. The government's recent budget announcement, as we've heard, to create a Solent Freeport, which includes Southampton Airport and also a lot of adjoining industrial land in Eastleigh, is a timely reminder of its strategic importance and the role that the airport can play in the wider regeneration and economic recovery of our area following the pandemic. The travel and hospitality sector has been decimated, but remains an important part of our local economy. Regular flights to other parts of the UK, Europe and beyond is vital to the future success of this sector and many other local businesses. The airport is also a significant employer, both directly and indirectly, through the many supply chain companies associated with its operation. We believe the airport is a fantastic asset for the region, and it's helped our region to prosper and raise its international profile as an attractive location to do business and to invest. Business South overwhelmingly supports this crucially important Southampton Airport runway application for three key reasons. Firstly, the airport is vital to the local economy, providing connectivity for businesses and other travellers and making an economic contribution of some £240 million a year. Secondly, though the airport has been doing a great job, it has reached a critical stage and its very future survival is threatened by the economic situation. The certainty of a planning permission is essential to enable the airport's owners to invest. The runway extension is urgently needed not for expansion, but to enable the airport to remain competitive and attract new airlines running modern short-haul jets to replace Flybe. These airlines will help, not hinder, environmental concerns around carbon emissions and noise. So in conclusion, the Borough Council can play a major role in helping the recovery of the local and central south economies. On behalf of the business community, I urge you to follow your officer's recommendation and approve this application, help secure the airport's future survival, protect local jobs and enable our region to continue as a world-class destination. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock. So we've had the first 5 speakers. Can I just ask councillors, are there any points that you wish to pick up with those speakers, or Andy, are there any comments that you want to respond to? I can't see that Andy wants to respond to anything. So,
Chair, sorry.
Okay, we have Councillor Bicknell who wants to make a comment or ask a question.
Thank you, Chair. It's actually with reference to something that the first speaker, Mr. Coleman, said, and that was with reference to the fuel loading on the 737 MAX. And it's just a very quick question. Is 7 tonnes the full loading of a 737 MAX? Please.
Hi there. So I was actually making reference to Ryanair's 737-800 series, which is the aircraft they have in wide utilisation at the moment. I know they're not looking to take the MAX deliveries until perhaps later this year. 7 tonnes is a figure that we use as sort of a full wing figure. You tend to load the wings first and then the central tank of the aircraft. But 7 tonnes is not the full payload, but 7 tonnes is a sufficient fuel figure to enable to get into mainland Europe. The figure that I landed on there was based off of max payload of passengers, and which is 198 for a 737-800 for Ryanair, and 198 pieces of luggage at 15 kilos, and then an arbitrary figure of 7 tonnes. And when I sort of ran a route on my PPS flight planning system, that got me as far as Berlin at 7 tonnes. Not max payload, it can take more, but for the runway extension, so for the runway as it is, it would only allow 28 metres in fair conditions.
Can I ask a bit further, Chair?
I'll indulge you just this once, as it's you, Councillor Bicknell.
With the extension, fully laden with passengers and a full fuel payload, whatever that might be, how far could that same aircraft get?
I'd have to run the figures on that, but with 13 tons of fuel, which is roughly what the aircraft could, it would probably run into max takeoff weight areas by that point. If it had a full amount of passengers and full amount of cargo, it would then need a fuel restriction. I would have to run the numbers on that, because I think with full passengers and full payload, the aircraft wouldn't be able to take full fuel because it would exceed the maximum takeoff weight limit. But with a 164 metre extension, when I ran those numbers with those fair conditions, and I think I went up to about 8.5, 9 tonnes, and the aircraft could still dispatch with that. That's in fair conditions. 9 tonnes of fuel could probably get the aircraft to the southern tip of Italy. It could probably reach the areas of Greece. 9 tonnes of fuel could probably get 3 hours of flight time on a 737-800.
Okay, lovely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're now going to go to Councillor Doogie, who has a question, please, or a comment.
Thank you, Chair. I think my question may have been answered, but I'm just going to ask some clarification from Andy. One of the last speakers did mention that that we needed, or Southampton needed, a global route, and the airport will establish that. Can you, for clarity's sake, just confirm how far this extension, or what is the expectation from the airport in terms of how far they can reach, or what the destination they can reach from the extension of the runway?
Okay, Andy, can you answer that, or would that be better going to the airport in the next section?
I can answer it, but I'd need to research it and dig it out of the various documentation we've got here. So I can either do that, or we could ask the airport when they come onto the stand.
Okay, well, to give you a break, we'll let the airport answer that one, because I think that's in their territory. So we'll let them do that. So we're going to go to our next group, which is going to be Mr. Jeremy Aitchison, Mr. Rod Bromsgrove, Councillor Manns, Paul Holmes MP, and Councillor James Duguid. So if we can start with Jeremy Aitchison, please. Good evening, Jeremy.
Good evening, Chair. Good evening, members. My name is Jeremy Aitchison, and my company is Aitchison Developments. We are the developers of Eastleigh Works, having been appointed by the owner, Diageo Pension Trust, when they bought the site in 2018. Our job so far has been to give the main tenant, Arlington Fleet Services, room to grow and expand on the site. This we have done, and we are about to start the redevelopment of the remainder of the site for a mix of new employment units and storage sites. The proximity of the airport to this 50-acre employment site is a major benefit to potential occupiers, and it is clear for those businesses that do use the airport that a full daily schedule of departure and return flights is vital to enable efficient communication with both UK and European destinations. The runway extension will support this and help reduce car dependency to travel to the destination itself, or to take the flight from Gatwick or Heathrow. Our longer term objective has been to link Eastleigh Works with the adjoining Network Rail land and the airport's Northern Business Park. This will open up some additional 70 acres of new employment land, over 1 million square feet. And as a potential Freeport tax site, this development will encourage technology-based companies in growth industries to locate here. The runway extension and the added scheduled flights this will bring will be key if we are able to attract companies to this location and enable them to grow and trade competitively on a worldwide platform. For these reasons, we fully support this application for the runway extension and urge members to approve to facilitate a much needed boost to the local economy. Thank you very much.
Lovely. Thank you, Mr. Aitchison. We're now going to go to Mr. Rod Bromsgrove, please.
Good evening, Chair, and thank you for allowing me to speak at this meeting this evening. As you say, my name is Rod Bransgrove. I'm chairman of the Aegeus Bowl and Hampshire Cricket, which is located at West End. I've been a resident of this part of Hampshire now for 36 years, having moved here to start my first company, which we eventually listed in London in 1996 as Shire Pharmaceuticals. My company has moved on, but I've stayed and took over Hampshire in the year 2000, and I'm totally committed to this part of the country. I'm supporting in the strongest possible terms the proposal to extend the runway at Southampton Airport because I fear the impact of withholding such a permission. Let's be honest, the very existence of the airport itself is at stake here if it's not able to adapt to modern air travel requirements. And even if it survives, the limitations of a suboptimal offering will inevitably affect the well-being of the Central South region. If we have any conscience at all about protecting the social and economic well-being of this beautiful and productive part of our country, we must not allow one of Eastleigh's jewels to perish by limiting its ability to offer 21st century air travel options. The air travel industry is changing fast, and Southampton Airport must adapt to accommodate these changes. Such a move will not only ensure the future of this region's primary airport, but will also assist in the prosperity and retention of our existing businesses, industry and institutions, whilst encouraging new investment into the area. There are a number of local stakeholders here, as well as Hampshire County Council, who are energetically promoting our area as an attractive and viable option for investment. Indeed, the County Council is currently leading the production of a new identity for Hampshire, designed to project the benefits of our county as a location for living, working, visiting or learning. And there is tough competition around the country for inward investment. The Manchester cities, the Midlands, actively and energetically promoting themselves as perfect locations for new corporations and government funding. As an area, we have so much to offer. Fantastic universities, national and international sports stadia, sailing options, the New Forest, historic cities and cultural centres, and of course some very large and important employers. It is my submission that in order to maintain the economic well-being of this area, we need to compete with the rest of the UK in promoting Hampshire and the Central South region as the most desirable alternative for business, travel and educational options. In order to do this, we must offer, amongst other things, excellent connectivity by road, rail, sea, and increasingly by air travel. Connectivity is absolutely essential to modern business. As well as providing domestic and overseas travel options for residents and local business travellers, we need to open up the area to broader global business and indeed to encourage a much enhanced inward tourism business from a greater reach. The proposed runway extension to Southampton Airport will assist in realising all the amazing potential offered by Eastleigh and our neighbours, and I urge the members to preserve this brilliant and incredibly flourishing asset to our area. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you for your very passionate endorsement of our region there. Can I now ask Councillor Manns, please?
Good evening, committee. My name is Councillor Keith Manns and I'm leader of Hampshire County Council, and I want to speak in favour of the planning permission being granted. I won't repeat the information you already have from the County Council regarding the importance of the airport for the local economy generally, and in particular to the recovery from the pandemic. Apart from the direct jobs on the airport itself, many local firms, particularly small ones, rely upon it for their livelihood. It also acts as a significant asset in encouraging new and particularly high-tech companies to move to this part of Hampshire. Instead, I want to say a word about the environmental issues surrounding this application. I do so as a former member of the House of Commons Select Committee on the Environment and the founder and first chairman of the House of Commons All-Party Group on the Environment. Indeed, Hampshire County Council, when I took over as leader, actually signed up to the climate emergency. However, I've always believed that air travel is here to stay. Indeed, as a former chief executive of the Royal Aeronautical Society, the person that actually created the new body, Air Travel Greener by Design, which is now leading the way in terms of quieter, more fuel efficient aircraft. You would not expect me to say anything else. But in addition, the climate emergency and the pandemic are resulting in a step change in the technology of aircraft aerodynamics and propulsion. Already there are several projects in the UK and across Europe developing carbon neutral and quieter aircraft. An example is France alone is planning to spend over 15 billion euros on aerospace research and development. The first short-range battery-driven airliners that will be both quieter and carbon neutral are likely to be flying before the runway extension is complete. Southampton Airport has a unique opportunity to be at the cutting edge of this step change in air travel. Initially, the range of these aircraft will be limited.
That's 30 seconds.
This means that the carbon neutral flights to the continent will need to start from airports on the south coast. Southampton, with its rail links alongside the airport, means that it could be the first airport in the country to operate this new, quieter, carbon neutral type of air travel. As many of you know, the Spitfire first flew from the airport in 1936. Over 85 years later, would it not be very fitting that this same airport ushers in this new environmentally friendly form of air travel? On this basis, I urge you to support the planning application.
Thank you very much, Councillor Manns. We now move to Eastleigh's MP, Mr. Paul Holmes, please.
Thank you, Chair, and to members of the committee, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. I know it's been a very long day for all involved, but this application genuinely is, that councillors are being asked to determine tonight, is genuinely one of the most important decisions that I think your committee might make. And I pay tribute to you and the council's planning officers for the work that you have done to organise today's proceedings, and accommodating the number of speakers that you've had today is no mean feat. And if I may, I'll just move on to the substantive issues. First and foremost, it's worth stating that there is a clear expression of support from the people of Eastleigh for the airport's runway extension. From the 4 consultations that have been carried out, the council has recorded over 7,500 responses. Cumulatively, this shows that 63% of all respondents to the consultation support the runway extension, compared to 37% against. This pattern has also been reflected in my own postbag as the constituency MP, with a clear majority of constituents stating that they favour the runway extension. And taking postcodes SO50 and SO53, the most impacted, 70% of people are in favour. And as well as commanding public support, this application is also supported by the officer recommendation, which provides the technical assessment. Members of this committee will know that it is rare for a planning application to combine both the support of planning officers and the public. However, this is the case here, and I believe that members of the committee should reflect on that point. This is not to say, though, that the airport should have a free hand to do whatever it wants. Indeed, the planning conditions attached to the recommendation for approval absolutely ensure a fair deal for the local community and address key environmental concerns such as noise and traffic. We have in place a noise cap that is legally enforceable. This will ensure that the noise disturbances from the airport are not excessive, and there will also be a cap on traffic movements. It is worth noting that on both traffic movements and the number of flights, the airport will not be operating at full capacity until 2033. The traffic will not get close to the cap until approximately 2033, while the number of flights at the airport will not get back to 2018 levels until 2033 either. This looks ahead to the future on planning conditions neatly brings me on to the broader point about the future of the airport. There can be no doubt that Southampton Airport is a jewel in the crown of our local economy and is integral to the economic well-being of Eastleigh and the Solent region. Following the collapse of Flybe, these job numbers have fallen significantly, and the future of the Freeport that has been announced by the government is directly affected by the decision that you will make this evening. To conclude, I believe that the case for granting this approval is overwhelming, and it's backed by the public and the council's own technical experts. I think that anything to do with the traffic and air quality have been robustly addressed, and I strongly urge the committee that this application, and encourage members of the committee that this application is approved this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes, and I'm very grateful that you kept to time, unlike your predecessor, who was not quite so good on that basis. So we're now going to move to Councillor James Duguid, who's going to be the last speaker in this particular section.
Thank you indeed. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Very good. Well, can I congratulate you all on your stamina, diligence, resilience and perseverance, and that's the councillors who are making this decision and the officers. And as Paul Holmes has just said, the overwhelming opinion poll I've conducted here in Hiltingbury, which I'm the councillor, one of the 3 councillors representing, is, I would say, more like 80 or 90% in favour of going ahead with this development. Of course, you could say that because we're less impacted here, because we're a greater distance from the actual area of the runway. And I'll restrict myself really to just making a couple of points, because otherwise I'm repeating points that have been made by previous speakers. But I was particularly impressed by Julian Gray of PwC putting some statistics onto the risk we have of a deterioration in our growth of living standard in this area if we can't pull together and get this economy functioning better in our vicinity. And other speakers were saying very similar things to that. I know there is a tremendous dilemma for many councillors who have green credentials, and I consider myself to be a very green councillor and green in my whole outlook to politics. And in a sense, all air travel has an adverse impact on global warming. And the more convenient we make air travel, the more of it there will be. Now, we do have these mitigations coming down the road in terms of technology improvements, battery technology, hydrogen, etc., and that they will counteract that to some effect. But anyone who's read Jonathan Porritt's recent book will also realise on the global warming issue, not our local area pollution, but on the national and international global warming issue, diet, population control, all of these things have 5,000 times the impact of the what we're talking about, probably many more than that. And I think we need to bear that in mind. I worked for 20 years in the cruise industry in senior management positions, and if we say we're going to take seriously immediately solving global warming, we've got to close down the cruise industry, not just because of the CO2 impact, but because of the NOx and SOx and other particulate matters which it pumps into the atmosphere. And we're not planning to do that.
That's 30 seconds.
And the other thing I'd say is on noise pollution. Now, that is a key issue for you making this decision in the area. And I do understand that noise pollution has to be mitigated, and I think further controls could be exercised. And I think if I look at other airports that have done this in conjunction with local government, people like Frankfurt have come up with some very good mitigation and controls, and they have incentivised noise pollution by lower landing charges and activities such as that. So I'd appeal to you to look to those matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor James Duguid there. So that brings an end to that section of speakers. And I can see that Councillor Duguid would like to ask a question or make a comment, and then we'll go to Councillor Tyson Payne after that.
Thank you very much, Chair. Again, that's something I picked up in terms of what was being said, in terms of the Freeport being awarded by government. For clarity, again, can Andy or the airport clarify whether that bid for Freeport included the airport within it, so that we can know whether? So I can see nods there. So just for clarity, can Andy or someone clarify that?
Yeah, yes, it did, Councillor. It formed part of that, along with the Eastleigh Rail works to the north, and also Southampton as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So we'll go to Councillor Tyson Payne.
So I think this is a comment rather than a question. I note the figures Paul Holmes stated about for and against. I just wanted to say that doesn't accord with my own inbox. which is much more heavily weighted to against than for. I just put it out there because actually one set of figures doesn't mean it's the only set of figures. Many thanks.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Tyson-Payne. I think, oh, sorry, I was just getting a little echo now. I just wanted to just make one comment. We did mention it right at the start of the day, but obviously I recognise that some people may be tuning in sort of at a later time, that in terms of the numbers and the support, we did this morning talk about the fact, or I actually raised it in relation to one point that was raised around the very active marketing campaign of the airport, which did promote the idea or put forward the suggestion that the runway was essential for the very survival of the airport. And I think that may in part account for such a large number, because as we've heard today, even with those people who wanted to speak in objection to this planning application, many of them said that they were actually in support of the airport itself, and having an airport, they could see the benefit of that. It was just the scale of this latest planning application, what they felt that might mean. So I do think we just need to be slightly careful about those figures, but there certainly is a lot, or there has been a lot of engagement, I think it would be fair to say, locally on this issue, and we've had lots of support both for and against. Sorry, I'm just okay. I have also been given another note. Andy just wanted to provide some information about potential new destinations with the longer runway. That could be Cyprus, Frankfurt, Stockholm, Copenhagen, Barcelona, Prague and Milan. So thank you for those. We're next going to go to Councillor Bourne, and then we're going to go to Councillor Bicknell. Okay, we've just got a slight technical hitch. Councillor Bourne has just dropped out. So we're just waiting for him to rejoin. So he's just in the process of rejoining. And when we finish this section, our last section of the evening will be with some Eastleigh councillors who aren't part of the ELAC but would like to speak in support of this application. So we're now going to go to Councillor Bourne, please.
Thank you, Chair. With regards to the number of objectors and supporters, is there any analysis on the postcodes of where they've come from? Because I will say that, like Paul, 70 to 80% of the correspondence I've received in favour have come from Eastleigh residents, and the objections have come mainly from outside of Eastleigh. So I'd just be interested to know if we've got any stats on postcodes for the numbers that the council have received. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I don't know if anyone is able to provide that, but perhaps while someone's looking at that, we could go to Councillor Bicknell's question.
Thank you, Chair. It wasn't a question, it's more of a comment, really. That my personal inbox, bearing in mind that a lot of the emails that we got as councillors, all of us were CC'd in, so I'd imagine that most of our inboxes in ELAC are fairly similar because we were CC'd into the same emails. My inbox is 76% in favour, 24% against. Give or take 1 or 2%, it's not exactly scientific, but around 300 in favour and around 100 against. That was my personal inbox, and as I say, most of them were CC'd to all ELAC members. So that's my personal inbox. And as for marketing from the airport, I have noticed groups that have also been marketing using social media. So they sort of balance each other out, really, the for's and against, and the use of social media. So I think the percentages that we're getting and the analysis that we might have from Andy, I think is probably a fair representation of what people actually think about the airport. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Councillor Bicknell. Councillor Granfield, Auntie Granfield, do you have an answer?
We don't have statistical evidence to show where they're from for today. Is sort of information that we can put up. I know we have looked in the past at what we call heat maps, so kind of colours on a plan, and I'm just looking to see if I can track that down for members, so I can bring that up onto the screen. But so if you can give me a little bit longer, I'll see if I can track that down for you.
Okay, thank you for that. And we have one of our officers, the head of legal, Ian Austin, would like to address the committee, please.
Yes, forgive me, Chair, for butting in, but I'll just we're starting to now talk things to statistics. Where's the postbox coming from, etc., and the social media campaigns. Just a reminder, and I'm teaching you to suck eggs. My apologies. We're determining this on planet merits, not the way to post boxes or social media campaigns. Thank you.
Thank you for that timely reminder there, Ian. So, we've got Councillor Clark who would like to speak, please.
Okay, so yeah, to some extent, Ian's just answered my question just as I was writing speak, because through all the time that I've been a councillor, I've been advised to be very cautious about the amount of feedback we get from residents, which is quite often influenced by social media campaigns, etc., that aren't being completely honest. And I suppose I would just make the comment that a lot of this feedback that we've had has very clearly argued in favour of the extension on the basis that it will save the airport, and that it will be greener for people to fly from Southampton than to travel to airports further afield. And we have found for today that those 2 points are no longer considered things that we should be taking into account in favour of the application. So I think those 2 points mean that we just have to be very cautious when we take into account the feedback we've had.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So I can't see anybody else indicating that they wish to speak at this stage. So I'd like to thank all our last speakers for your impassioned support of the airport. So thank you very much for that, and I hope you'll be staying with us for the rest of the evening, but watching it maybe on the public link now. Thank you. And we're now going to go to the Eastleigh councillors, as I say, who are not on this area committee, but who want to speak in support. And so we're going to first go to Councillor David Airy, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just swap my glasses over so I can see what I'm going to say. I'm David Airy, and I'm the Cabinet Lead for Transport and also Chair of the Southampton Airport Consultative Committee. The Solent and wider economic region depends on excellent transport links and connectivity by rail, road, sea and air. Regional airports have a real and positive role to play in UK connectivity and competitiveness, providing choice for the consumer, competition for major airports and the other modes of transport. Southampton Airport has been in existence since 1910. Today's market conditions and people's choices have changed. The airport needs to change to meet 21st century challenges. The extended runway is vital to meeting those challenges. It's not all about economic issues. A responsible aviation business in the 21st century must be resolute in supporting environmental improvement and take a positive role in supporting the local community it serves. Interestingly, Southampton Airport has seen increased rail access from 9.6% in 1999 to 20% in 2019, and a reduction in car and hire car access from 69.1% to 48% in the same time period. I support the contents of paragraphs 438, 439 and 441, including the suggested additional roles and committee membership for the Airport Consultative Committee. I consider the conditions regarding noise mitigation should be broadened to cover a wider geographical area and perhaps hopefully be a bit more generous as well. I would like to see, as part of the section 106 or conditions, whichever's more appropriate, a requirement for the airport to investigate and trial, and importantly trial, bus and coach access from the east, Portsmouth, Fareham, etc., to counter the poor rail connections to the airport. I would support paragraph 456. I would support in paragraph 457 a reduction in new car parking spaces from 470 down to 350 as part of the role to move people to other modes of transport. And finally, Madam Chair, no longer a little local airport with a handful of routes is a viable business model. Please, I ask members to support the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Airy. We are now going to go to Councillor Derek Pretty, please.
Right. Thank you, Chair. As Cabinet Lead for the Economy, I'd like to outline the benefits that approving the application will bring not just to Eastleigh, but also the surrounding areas and the Solent region in general. The environmental issues that were raised earlier must be considered as a factor in determining the application. However, the effects of the decision on the economy must be given equal weighting. We really need a prosperous economy to help fund changes in the environment. Until the collapse of Flybe, the airport employed 950 people on the site, with a further 2,500 employed elsewhere indirectly in supply chain activities. Its contribution was estimated at around 160 million per annum. The flights served both leisure and business markets. Many international companies based in the region made use of and relied on the connectivity that the airport offered. COVID has had a dramatic effect on operations, as most airports worldwide. The effects of this will lead over the next few months and years, and restrictions will be eased to allow travel again. To enable Southampton International Airport to continue as a truly viable operation, the extension to the runway is needed to allow carriers with different types of aircraft to operate profitably to a greater number of destinations. The extension will enable flights to both holiday and business destinations. Indeed, 6 of the proposed new routes are primarily business destinations and are likely to see an increase in inbound business as a result. It will no doubt open new markets for Eastleigh businesses and the Solent region in general. It's difficult to quantify the number of jobs in GVA that the airport may create post-pandemic, but there will be employment created during the construction period. The jobs that have lost to date may well be restored, and Savills estimate that an additional 470 jobs will be created for every 1 million passengers. There will also be further employment to smaller businesses in Eastleigh and the surrounding areas. The Section 106 clauses require the labour to be local wherever possible, which is a bonus to us. I believe that will be significant. Excuse me. I believe the extension will be a significant impact on the recovery and prosperity of the Eastleigh and Solent region. The Solent LEP submission to create a Solent Global Freeport was approved in March. This included Southampton International Airport as a tax site within that Freeport. Work on the business plan for the Freeport is about to begin, and the great opportunity to see the development and realisation of the Northern Business Park and Riverside areas, which are designated as principal sites in our borough plan. The airport, although not essential to the Freeport, is an integral element on the Freeport, and the extension will ensure Southampton International Airport remains so. Working with partners, we can see many hundreds of jobs being created, as well as acting as a catalyst for improvements in our road network, particularly Chickenhall Link. Having an airport is an enviable jewel in the crown for any economic area. There are potentially massive benefits to be gained by allowing this extension. So I ask you this evening to give your approval to this planning application, subject, of course, to the conditions detailed in the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pretty. And we're now going to go to Councillor Tonya Craig, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, members. I'd like to touch on two very small points, but points that have a big impact on users. Firstly, a point around inequalities. We have an ageing population in Eastleigh, and some of these residents have family in the North, Scotland and Ireland. They use this airport to visit their family members, as their journey times are fairly short from one door to another. Some residents have told me that they visit relatives in the holidays and look forward to these trips, as it can be the only times they see their families. Without the use of Southampton Airport, these residents feel they will no longer be able to travel given the constraints to the alternatives. They cannot sit in cars or on trains for the length of time it would take, and some do not drive. The well-being of these residents would be severely affected without their family meetings. We know too that this applies to the large number of people in our communities with families in Western Europe. Point two, and for me one of the most important issues, is around health. The airport is used to transport some of the sickest patients from the Channel Islands and then their relations and visitors which are needed for their well-being and recovery. These patients are of all ages, from newborn babies to the very elderly, with very complicated issues, some life-threatening, that need specialist care at Southampton General Hospital. Without this care and receiving it quickly, these patients would almost certainly die. The alternative to Southampton would be Herne in Bournemouth, and this added transport time could limit the care and attention these patients need. Herne Airport is not easy to get to, with limited parking and very little public transport. It is no wonder that such strong representations have been made from the Channel Islands on this point. Our airport is their lifeline. These are real issues, and I would ask you to consider these when making your decision tonight, and strongly urge that you support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Craig. We're now going to go to Councillor Ian Corbyn, please.
Good evening, thank you, Chair. Good evening, councillors. For the wider audience, my name is Councillor Ian Corbyn, Cabinet Member at Eastleigh Borough Council for a regeneration portfolio. More importantly, though, I'm a resident of the borough, having lived in Hedge End since 1971. Balancing economic, social and environmental matters will test your balance, judgment and compromise tonight, and I wish you well with your deliberations that follow. I'm supporting the application to extend the runway, and with it support the current and I hope a future expanded workforce, as well as businesses both on and off-site relying on our Southampton International Airport at Eastleigh. The first point is to say that this development is positive, given the many conditions and mitigations laid out in the report. It provides opportunity in each of those areas of the economy, social and environmental areas. The current site has developed over the years into the wider infrastructure of the Solent area, with excellent rail, road and port links, boosted with welcome news of the recent Solent Freeport, which we've already heard of this evening, a decision which this council strongly supported. It has therefore evolved into what we have today and dates back to the 1930s. Indeed, my grandfather was killed at the Cunliffe Owen factory on the airfield in September 1940. That defined my family's life for many years, as you can imagine. But as the airport has grown incrementally and economically, it has similarly defined many other lives, but for the better, as an important site of primary and secondary employment, with supply chains to supply and be supplied by the airport. Today's application is simply the next development in the story, I hope, of the airport. As a council, we have a strong history of controlling previous developments on this site, for example, restricting night flights. This runway extension should be no different. Conditions and mitigants proposed are wide-ranging. I won't repeat them, you must be sick of them. But I do believe we are in a far better position to influence the change agenda in the wider airline industry that we've heard about tonight if we have an airport. Those changes may not be tomorrow, but if we have an airport and we therefore have a voice. The concerns raised about the ongoing viability without the extension have already been discussed, but without the extension, it has to be less viable than with it. While we have a need, desire, or even wish to fly for medical, leisure, or for business purposes, I believe a thriving, viable, and appropriately controlled airport on balance is for the wider benefit of this borough, our home. I would ask you to follow the officer recommendation and on balance support this application tonight. Please send a clear message of support to the airport, to its workers, dependent businesses, as well as our residents, that the airport in Eastleigh is not just here to stay, but help our home area grow under the responsible conditions and mitigations proposed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And we're now going to go to our final speaker in this section, which is the leader of Eastleigh Borough Council, Councillor Keith House, please.
Thank you very much, Tina, and well done on your stamina. It's been a long day and I know you've got a long way to go, and thanks to everyone behind the scenes. Everyone's done a fantastic job for the council, great for our organisation and our collective stamina too. So that every member of the council's cabinet outside of your local area committee has chosen to speak on this application for their own policy theme in support, I think is telling. For the economy and transport, for regeneration, along with local businesses and workers alike, well, that's perhaps not surprising. But for our health and notably our environment portfolio holders to speak shows how important it is to look at all the issues in the balance on this proposal. Let's be clear, Eastleigh's airport is a significant part of our regional economy and has been for decades. It's why when the airport was purchased by BAA 3 decades ago, this council debated long and hard if it wanted to keep its international airport. It did then, and in the process put in place the tightest night flying controls in Europe. We said we wanted to keep the airport and see managed rather than unconstrained growth. Many of those same issues apply today. At root, this decision again is the same. Do we want an airport for our regional economy or not? We know that the airport has survived in recent years based on Flybe's losses. That option will not be here for the post-COVID restart. What is new is that this application gives the council and community, for the first time, the ability to limit total movements, to achieve greater controls than it's had in the past, and that is a very significant gain. Essentially, we can gain the benefit of restricting movements, notably at a point where aviation is on the cusp of responding to its environmental impacts, just as other sections of the economy are, and aviation will and must continue to do. The reality is that we cannot uninvent aviation any more than we can uninvent the car or our homes, all of which contribute more to climate change. Tackling climate change matters, it matters immensely, but we won't do that with a weak economy. It's like tackling COVID. We know that it's the rich world that will have to vaccinate Africa for Africa's benefit, but also for our own. It's the same with some of the hidden benefits of aviation that hold up through tourism the economies in some of the poorest parts of the world, just as tourism funds national parks, saving endangered species and ecosystems in some of the world's most stressed environments. Now, we won't fund the research we need, the innovation we need on climate change with an economy in decline. That is the point about sustainability. Back at home, the choice of what is most likely to be no airport or an airport with managed growth in line with this council's policy support of over 30 years is not just about saving jobs at the airport. It's the thousands of jobs in the regional economy indirectly that are at risk. And we certainly won't get a free port without our airport. Colleagues, this is a difficult, indeed it's even an emotional issue. But the planning case in front of you this evening is clear, and hence the recommendation. Save the airport, save jobs, but limit total movements for the first time too. That will be a real achievement tonight. Please support the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor House. I was almost waiting for you to say save the NHS then, but
what if you like?
If only you could, if only you could. So I believe that we have two more written statements. These were people who were due to speak live, but they weren't able to gain access. So Guy is going to read those for us now.
Thank you, Chair. Just two quick ones. Right, the first one is from Holly Hercott of Broomhill Way in Eastleigh. I support the extension of Southampton Airport for the following reasons, and I would urge appropriate decision makers to back this plan as a matter of urgency. An extension to the airport's runway would increase national and international opportunities to local people in the area. I've been a resident in Eastleigh for over 14 years, and I've been able to pursue greater job opportunities because of the ease of domestic and European travel afforded by the airport. Extending the airport could only further enhance the services and choice of routes available to me and so many others for both business and leisure. Eastleigh is a town proud of its history and connection to travel. Extending the airport to offer more flights and increased services could be the next chapter of this history and really put Eastleigh back on the map for positive reasons. The town has been negatively impacted by COVID and the town centre almost decimated by closing businesses. Having the airport made bigger and more vibrant would make our town much more attractive to investors. The economic boost of becoming a local travel hub, encouraging new places to eat, socialise, rest and enjoy leisure to spring up, and could be a huge step forward in Eastleigh's recovery. The community deserves this regeneration opportunity. Extending the airport could have several waves of benefit. Construction must stay buoyant if we are to avoid a significant national or local recession post-COVID, and the extension would provide a boost to this in terms of investment and local job opportunities. Post-build, there would be an ongoing benefit to the surrounding economy from having a bigger, more attractive airport in the locale. More visitors and more jobs created in the local businesses. And I will just bring up the last statement. So this statement of support is in addition to the Network Rail consultation response dated 7th of January 2021 from Dahlia Al-Ghul of Network Rail, which stated its full support for the application and the wider project. If that scheme is as long as that scheme is consistent with the asset protection comments as detailed in that letter. This additional statement relates primarily to the impact of this airport application on the adjoining land a Network Rail owns, which is allocated for employment use under Policy 114E of the Eastleigh Borough Local Plan Review 2001 to 2011, and identified under Policy E7 of the emerging Eastleigh Borough Local Plan 2016 to 2036 for employment use. Network Rail has been in dialogue with Southampton Airport and its planning advisors to seek clarification on how the route for the Chicken Hill Lane Link Road has been safeguarded. Network Rail would be satisfied that should the airport application be approved, a Section 106 legal agreement could include provisions on the safeguarding of the Chicken Hill Lane Link Road. Network Rail would be satisfied to see an inclusion of a provision for a bridge landing on the eastern side of the main railway line, should it be required, and the relocation of any lost car parking if necessary, as well as the safeguarding of the route, either under or to the north of the runway extension. Network Rail would support the airport improving public transport access, in particular for passengers and staff using Southampton Airport Parkway train station. It would be expected that a flourishing airport will also support investment in rail infrastructure and services for the region. Network Rail fully supports the application and the wider project, and if the scheme provides for the safeguarding of the Chicken Hill Lane Link Road through suitable provisions of Section 106 agreement. And that is the last of the statements.
Thank you very much for that, Guy. Councillors, can I ask, do you have any points or questions that you want to make in connection with our Cabinet colleagues and their statements? Councillor Bourne wanted to comment.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, question for Councillor Craig as the Cabinet lead on health. I just wondered if she had any concerns for the health of Eastleigh residents caused by a runway extension. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Craig, are you with us still? We don't seem to have Councillor Craig with us at the moment.
Chair, Councillor Craig has caring responsibilities between 9 PM and 10 PM each evening, so I imagine she logged off straight away.
Okay. Anybody else got any questions that they wanted to ask? I can't see that anyone is asking any questions. So what we are going to do is we're going to take a break now. Oh, we've got Andy Granfield, please.
Thank you, Chair. Hopefully you can hear me even if you can't see me, because
I can hear you, yes.
we're on a short break apparently, but I'll talk on through that. Just coming back to one of the points that was raised half an hour or so ago was about the number of objections within certain postcodes, SO50 and SO53. And I've looked back onto our information and I've got a spreadsheet now with all the objections in, about 7,600 objections in there. From those two postcodes, the SO50 and the SO53, there were 57% in support and 40% against, and about 2.5% in who just passed comment on the scheme. So roughly 1,200 representations in total. Just picking up on a couple of points that were made in the last set of speakers there was comments, I think, from Councillor House about the limit of total movements, and that is an area of betterment which does come out of this application with the noise contours and also with the road limitations. So that is a gain on there. And I think there was a comment, it might have been by Councillor Airy, I can't recall, about the differential charging, so charging different rates for different types of aircraft coming in. So if they're quieter, being charged less than the more noisy ones. And this is something which some airports have used. And I think Sue Thomas, our Environmental Health Officer, might be able to give a bit more information around that, if that would assist members. If Sue could help, please.
It wasn't me, Andy, who raised that point.
OK, thank you, Councillor Airy.
Okay, is Sue going to?
Sorry, Chair, I was just waiting for you to give me the go ahead. Yeah, on charges, it is in the current noise action plan that there is differential charging, but it might be something that could be strengthened. For example, giving discounts for the quieter aircraft. At the moment, it seems that the charges are for the noisier ones. There might be something that could be done as quieter aircraft become more widely available. And I've also noticed in the noise action plan that they've got a track keeping system now, so there could be, for example, Luton Airport has a track keeping violation fining system as well, which I'm not sure how much that's utilised at Southampton Airport, so that could be something that we could, or, you know, if that's something that the committee are interested in, could be raised with the airport when they're here later on.
Thank you very much for that. So we are now going to go for a short break. So we're going to break till past. And we will then be coming back and hearing from the applicant themselves. So we'll hear from the airport after the break. Thank you.
Is anybody there? I think I need to leave that.
I can hear you, Councillor. Right,
okay. I'm not walked into this twilight zone or anything, have I?
Not unless I'm there too.
Okay, I'm in the right meeting and people can hear and see me. That's all that matters.
Yeah, Sarah, there's a break till past.
Oh, past. I didn't hear that. Brilliant.
Yes, then it's the applicants going to put their case.
Okay, so we're coming out
Okay, so welcome back everyone. I do apologise that took slightly longer than we were anticipating. We just had a few issues that we needed to deal with in the meantime. So we are now going to hear from the applicants themselves, and I just need to find my piece of paper. I've got so many pieces of paper here. Okay, so we're going to go to Steve Thurston first, please, from the airport. Are you with us, Steve?
Hi, can you see me?
I can't. I can hear you. Okay. Can I just ask officers, can you just check, please, that we have all the councillors back in this meeting before we begin?
I'm back.
Can you see me on there?
I still can't see you, Steve. Yep, I can. Yep, I can see you now. If I can just ask you to just hang on 1 second.
No problem.
I'm just checking.
I'm here. I think Sarah is finding her way.
Yeah. I've just seen that the ELAC catch-up meeting started again.
Okay, if I can just. Apologies, we're just getting councillors back in. So we need Councillor Irish and we need Councillor Tyson Payne. Councillor Tyson Payne is in, lovely. We're just waiting for Councillor Irish.
Chair, I had an awful problem finding this meeting, so somebody might want to phone Wayne.
I think officers are doing that just at the moment. So.
Thank you.
Okay, so all councillors are now present, so we can continue. So Steve, over to you, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the airport. And may I also take this opportunity to thank your planning officers and team in the background for what's been a very professional and thorough process. The airport, is very much of the view that the officers' report is a very fair and balanced reflection on the whole of this application. So again, thank you to your staff with us. So Steve Thurston here, Head of Plan and Development at Southampton Airport, and I am also a governor at Bitton Park School for over 5 years now, as part of our continued relationship in supporting the school. I have been working at the airport now since 2004, leading on several airport developments, including most recently the development of the airport master plan. So some years ago, it became a clear risk that of what Flybe posed to the airport, we've talked about it earlier, accounting for some 89% of the airport passengers, and with no airline operating a fleet that could operate off our runway, there was a key risk to the business and to the airport. I can remember, in fact, briefing the council on this key driver for the planning application back at 27th of February last year. Exactly a week later, the 5th of March, our worst fears came true, with Flybe going into administration. That day, the airport suffered the immediate loss of 89% of the airport's passenger business disappearing, and within weeks, a complete restructure of the organisation, around 35% of our jobs be reduced, with countless other third parties suffering a similar percentage impact, or even in the worst case, some businesses going into administration. The airport did quickly engage with other UK operators who had fleets that could operate off our constrained runway, these being the likes of Logan Air, Eastern and Blue Islands. Within days, several of the core domestic routes were backfilled, but with smaller aircraft. We're talking probably 50% reduction in terms of what was the 78-seater Flybe aircraft down to 37 or 49. And the frequency on key routes was heavily reduced due to the airline's fleet size and availability of aircraft. We're talking a 50% reduction in capacity, with some key routes such as Glasgow, Manchester, Edinburgh losing over half the daily frequency. Within a few more weeks, we saw the impact of COVID-19 hit and the airport schedule was decimated. But the airport has stood by the communities it serves at substantial loss, providing a lifeline service to key areas such as the Channel Islands. However, there is a future in aviation beyond COVID-19. People will travel, whether for business or pleasure. Recent restrictions have highlighted people's need of freedom to travel and the effect this has on their well-being. Never has it been more crucial for the airport to extend its runway, allow operators who have aircraft that can serve the demand from our region. This demand within our region comes not just from demand to the UK destinations, but also internationally, providing the frequency businesses and people require. And importantly, competition on key routes to keep airfares competitive at Southampton. As set out and mentioned earlier in the airport's national policy statement, I quote, "The importance of aviation to the UK economy, and in particular the UK's hub status, has only increased following the country's decision to leave the EU, and the UK develops its new trading relationships with the rest of the world. The potential economic benefits of a free port in Eastleigh and the local ports further emphasises this. The local authority has also recognised the importance of the airport as one of 3 regional gateways connecting South Hampshire to Europe and the rest of the world, and this being a catalyst for growing and rebalancing the economy has never been more important." So this 164-metre extension onto our existing runway of 1,723 metres, 10% of the runway length within our existing boundary. This is the difference between larger UK-based regional airlines, the likes of EasyJet, Ryanair, Jet2, being able to operate current generation aircraft off our runway year-round with no weight penalties and given our region choice. To give you an idea, our runway will become equal to that at Southend Airport, where key airlines such as EasyJet and Ryanair have served the local demand. The runway will still be one of the shortest commercial runways in the UK, with the largest permitted aircraft allowed under our CAA classification to operate off the runway, not changing from today. The question was asked in terms of distances an A320 or Boeing 737 could fly with the runway extension. As mentioned by David Coleman earlier, this is very much down to each airline's flight planning rules, but discussions we have had with potential airlines planning teams have demonstrated the ability to achieve around 1,300 nautical miles. Andy, the planning officer Andy, did point out some of these destinations, but we're talking mid-Greece, north coast of Africa, Eastern Europe, even the potential winter sun of the Canary Islands, although there could be a slight weight penalty on that route. Fantastic opportunity for this region. So you may have seen a few positive announcements of new routes from the airport over the past few months. You may be questioning, does the airport still need the runway extension? Yes, is the answer. Despite positive announcements from the likes of Loganair, BA City Flyer and Eastern, if all these announcements succeed, they will still only get the airport back to half of the capacity we were at in and around 2016. So some specifics around these announcements and questions that have been asked earlier on why we need to extend the runway. So why don't Loganair take on more of Flybe's routes? Well, Loganair are a Scottish-based operator, mainly serving the Highlands and Islands, with a fleet size to serve destinations from a central Scottish base. Current plans are, in fact, that Loganair's fleet will be smaller coming out of COVID than before the Flybe administration, despite replacing older aircraft. Yes, their fleet is suited to our runway, but there will be a large cost to the airline to set up a new base remote from their central operation. They would need to invest in a larger fleet, both being key points that the company has been very vocal that they would not be doing from a cost perspective. They do not want to become the next Flybe. Next point, EasyJet already fly Airbus A320 to Geneva. We see it during the winter. We have seen it now for 3 to 4 years. True, but firstly, these aircraft are weight limited to enable the aircraft to take off around the runway from the runway. This weight limit results in them only being able to carry enough fuel to reach Geneva. In addition, this is only achievable during colder winter months, as aeroplanes are more efficient in low temperatures, since cold air is denser than warm air. During warm months, the weight penalty would be more severe, resulting in not only further reduced fuel load and range, but also a reduction in seats sold. There have been frequent occasions where airlines such as Volotair have tried to operate out of the airport during the summer, with instances of them leaving passenger luggage at the airport due to weight penalties on particular warm days. Hence, we haven't seen them last long at the airport. And it's not just the Airbus 320s that suffer from this. The same applies to Boeing 737s and City Flyers in Embraer 190s that we are due to see operate this summer. They all will suffer weight penalties. On the Faro route, the number of passengers on City Flyer will be reduced by 3. And the Mykonos route in Greece, a great new route for the airport and the region, but there will be an 11-seat restriction on those planes flying out of our airport, an impact on the profitability of these routes. None of these weight penalties will be incurred with the runway extension. So, other question that came up and the airport was referred to is around BA City Flyer operating Airbus out of London City's shorter runway. London City has a runway just over 1,500 metres. This was a specific flight, affectionately known as BA1. It's no longer operating. BA City Flyer identified a very high value route to New York for which it could operate a stripped out Airbus 318 with around 32 seats configured as flatbeds in business class configuration and a very high premium ticket price, round about £2,500. The aircraft would take off, but it had limited fuel to keep the weight down to allow it to take off the short runway. And then that aircraft would have an additional cost of refueling in Shannon Island in order to complete the journey to New York. Another question that came up was talk around Airbus 220. This aircraft appeared some years ago as the Bombardier C Series, but due to legal issues, the development was taken over by Airbus. Indeed, this is an ideal aircraft for our runway as it is today. It's one of the few aircraft built for challenging runway environments. Unfortunately, current operators in Europe are just Swiss, who operate a very lucrative route from London City to Zurich and Geneva, and Air Baltic. None of these airlines have shown any interest in operating at Southampton, and I can assure you we have tried. This aircraft is perfect for our runway, but they just are not the European airlines operating this fleet at present. Another question is around BA City Flyer. Will surely backfill international routes if there is demand. And you're right, airlines will target profitable routes. They don't mind what airport they operate out of, but they need to be profitable. BA City Flyer is a specific offshoot of British Airways to address a high value demand from London City Airport to key financial markets with high ticket markup as a result of businesses being able to travel with ease from central London. They have a specific fleet, Embraer 190s, and they serve a number of very short range destinations operating off a very short runway at London City. At the weekend though, there is no demand for this travel, and thus it makes sense for BA City Flyer to reposition these aircraft to serve demand from another airport such as ours. However, due to the limited fleet size and only being able to operate at the weekend, the whole of the fleet will only provide 60,000 seats through a limited summer season. For example, previously the airport would have seen around 40,000 passengers travelling to the popular destination of Palma. BA City Flyer will only be providing 7,000 seats. Alicante was 33,000 passengers. This by BA City Flyer will only be 8,000 seats. They're an airline suited to a bespoke market operated out of London City Airport, and thus will only be operating during the weekend. Whilst the parent company, British Airways, may recognise the wider demand opportunity from the airport catchment during the week and weekends, British Airways only operates larger aircraft such as Airbus 320s, which would require the runway to be extended. My concern is that we will be operating these services this summer, but we will have limited services to be able to offer the passengers. There is potentially no shops, no catering due to the state of the airport at the moment following Flybe's collapse. It just doesn't pay the operators to open up. An expectation of most people's experience when they're travelling is going to be very different in 2021 to what they experienced in 2019. We just hope they come back next year. Lastly, can I just pick up a question asked by Councillor Bicknell? Councillor Bicknell asked some questions around stand capacity, and he's correct. The capacity at the airport is limited by stand availability. In total, the airport has 14 aircraft stands, as mentioned by the planning officer. But of these stands, only 4 can be used for the larger aircraft using the airport, such as Airbus 320s and Boeing 737s, due to safeguarding rules, with the remaining stands available to other smaller aircraft that we see operating today and in the past. Thus, there will be a limit on larger aircraft, which cannot be changed without further infrastructure changes, requiring further planning application. So finally, right from the start of this process, members should remember that we have engaged not only with the council, but with members of the airport's communities, dating back to 2018, when we first shared our master plan ideas at various public events. As the master plan took shape and during 2019, we have undertook further consultations with councillors and with the communities through the submission of the pre-application. A year and a quarter since the full application was submitted, we have undertaken several further public consultations. We've listened to opinions and shaped the planning application that is set out in front of you today. I would like to think that members today recognise that the airport has taken considerable steps to listen and shape a balanced application that you as members of the Eastleigh Local Area Committee will decide on today. Demand for air travel is not going to disappear. This application before you today will result, if approved, the airport here in Eastleigh still being one of the smallest UK regional airports. It will support growth in our region, give our communities choice, and will be the first time in the airport's history to give that the local authority will have control on key aspects of noise, traffic movements and climate impact. Today, and during the whole consultation process, you've heard lots of people make representations around the development, but our airport recognises its impact on its communities and has and will continue to go beyond what is required of us to reduce our impact and work with our local communities and authority. This area has already been affected by key job losses over the years, from the loss of Pirelli Cable Works, the reduction in the rail works, and most recently loss of Fords. Let's grow employment from one of our last key employers, our airport in Eastleigh. Our team of consultants will now cover some key aspects of this application in further detail and will also remain on the call throughout this evening, should there be any further questions of a technical nature that you need clarification on. Thank you for your time today, Chair.
Thank you, Steve. So we're going to go to Gavin Hall now, I believe.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, members. My name is Gavin Hall and I'm a planning consultant and member of the Royal Town Planning Institute, and I've been practicing locally for over 20 years. I'm an independent planning expert employed by Savills and I'm head of Savills' local Southampton office. We are the largest planning consultancy in the UK and have considerable expertise in the planning process of important infrastructure projects. To deliver sustainable development, such projects require the consideration and balancing of complex and often conflicting issues in order to deliver the infrastructure that the country requires. The proposal before you has been in gestation for some time. In 1992, Eastleigh Borough Council entered into a legal agreement with Airports UK Southampton Limited to ensure that the land at the airport would be bound by various covenants to ensure the proper planning of its area. These covenants between the airport and Eastleigh Borough Council remain in force today and include that the airport shall continue to provide the people of the Hampshire region with convenient and effective air transport to a range of destinations, and that the airport shall continue to be financially viable. In line with their obligation with your council, Southampton International Airport drew up a draft master plan to ensure the ongoing ability for the airport to provide the people of Hampshire with convenient and effective air transport to a range of destinations. The master plan sought to secure economic resilience and growth. The extension of the runway is the central feature of the master plan for the reasons that Steve has outlined. The draft master plan, which planned for growth to 5 million passengers per annum, underwent extensive public consultation during 2018 and 2019. As you've heard from the thousands of people who have responded to the planning application, the consultation provided confidence that there is an unmet appetite from the Solent population for air travel to a broad range of destinations, avoiding the need to travel overland to airports further afield in order to access such services. In October 2018, your full council voted conditionally to support the master plan and associated growth. This gave the airport the confidence to invest heavily in developing the proposal and making the application before you today. Feedback from the consultation shaped the planning application and the range of beneficial and mitigation measures that are embedded within it. More recently, Eastleigh Borough Council continued to support the airport. At Cabinet in February this year, last month, the Council resolved to support the Solent Local Enterprise Partnership's bid to create a free port in the Solent region, and in so doing reaffirmed its support for commercial development of the riverside side, progressing development of a prosperous and financially sustainable airport, and the construction of the link road to bypass Eastleigh Town Centre, Chickenhall Lane Link Road. As you've seen in the committee report and heard from your officers, the planning application is beneficial in all of these respects. It, of course, secures a financially viable future for the airport, which will be critical for the free port. The government's aim is to create onshore enterprise and manufacturing as the gateway to our future prosperity, creating thousands of jobs. Conversely, refusal of the planning permission would accord with none of these resolutions and put the associated prosperity and jobs at risk. So the proposal is consistent with the airport's legal obligation to the councils to maintain and enhance a viable commercial airport. It is consistent with the council's support for growth and in response to the master plan. And it is consistent with the council's support for a prosperous and sustainable airport as a component of the Solent Freeport. I hope members therefore appreciate that the airport has reasonable grounds to expect that Eastleigh Borough Council will support the growth and economic resilience that this application would deliver, which is fully in accordance with recent local council decisions. Finally, we heard from your planning officer that part of the current adopted local plan policy regarding the airport is deemed to be out of date and therefore no longer carries determinant weight where it conflicts with national planning policy. Conversely, the proposal is consistent with your emerging local plan and specifically policy E9, which explicitly supports the principle of expansion of operations at the airport. Turning to national policy, as is concisely explained in your officer's well-crafted and balanced report, the proposal is also consistent with national aviation policy. National planning policy for aviation supports airports wishing to make best use of existing runways. This policy is underpinned by Department for Transport forecasts, and for Southampton, a figure of 3.5 million passengers by 2027 was adopted by the Department for Transport. This policy was formulated in light of the Paris Climate Change Agreement. It acknowledges the associated carbon generation and explains how this will be managed as a component of the overall UK carbon budget. As the proposal in front of you is now to cap to a figure equivalent to 3 million passengers per annum, the extent of operations that will be facilitated by the proposed development would be well below the level expected by national planning policy applicable to the airport. National planning policy thus makes provision for the climate change effects of a greater level of growth at Southampton Airport than is proposed within this application. As you know, planning decisions should be policy-led other than in exceptional circumstances. As set out above, both national and local planning policy is explicitly and unequivocally supportive of this proposal. It would be manifestly unreasonable of Eastleigh Borough Council to have entered into legal obligations with the airport and encouraged the airport to reach for growth and resilience, including by seeking to adopt a planning policy that explicitly encourages growth at the airport, only now, in the face of a very significant potential investment by the airport to the local economy, to resist what is a relatively modest quantum of growth. And that modest quantum of growth is one that, if approved, will be accompanied by new controls on the airport, securing measures to mitigate local impacts as far as possible. The quantum of growth proposed has been explicitly judged by your officers to be both acceptable and permissible in the balance of considerations, given the national and local policy position, and also taking into account local impacts, both positive and adverse. We recognise this is a tough decision, and that many people are concerned about how the future of the airport may impact them. And my colleagues will touch on some of those considerations next. But personally, how does the airport impact me? I personally valued knowing that I was able to easily fly from my local airport at Eastleigh to travel back to see my elderly and recently ill parents in Belfast. Without this link, I feel physically disconnected from my family. The presence of the airport and ability to travel is an important positive fact in mental health and well-being for many people in this region. To conclude, I hope that members will agree with your officers' professional judgment of the planning balance as set out in their committee report. The report sets out a rigorous and well-reasoned assessment of the proposal and explains the support of national and local planning policy positions in detail. The combination of the very significant social and economic benefits of the scheme, along with extensive mitigation and controls we are offering to mitigate the local impacts that have been identified, most especially in respect of noise, have been assessed by your officers, and it has been concluded that, on balance, the proposal is justified. That planning balancing act that your officer has undertaken has quite rightly given significant attention to noise and carbon emissions. And so my colleague Lisa is now going to speak to you on the noise assessment, and then Amy and James will outline what the airport has done and is doing on the matter of carbon emissions. Thank you, and I will now pass over to Lisa.
Thank you, Gavin. Welcome, Lisa.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening. My name is Lisa Watt and I'm a Principal Acoustic Consultant at WSP. I'm a member of the Institute of Acoustics and hold a postgraduate diploma in Acoustics and Noise and Control. I have 15 years of experience working as an environmental noise consultant and have worked on a number of airport planning applications. Most recently supporting Leeds City Council as their independent technical noise expert, advising on the recently approved Leeds Bradford Airport planning application. In relation to the proposed development at Southampton Airport, I have undertaken the noise assessment work presented in the environmental statement and addendum documents submitted to Eastleigh Borough Council. The assessment of aircraft noise has been undertaken in line with government policy and guidance on aviation. This has also included reference to emerging government policy and its long-term plan for sustainable aviation growth. The assessment has considered the existing and future levels of aircraft noise associated with the operation of Southampton Airport. It is important to recognise, as has been previously mentioned, that in the calculations of future aircraft noise levels, we have not included any improvements that could be achieved through airspace change, such as noise preferential routes or steeper aircraft descents and takeoffs, or the potential for technological improvements to reduce aircraft noise over time through fleet modernisation. Therefore, the assessment is considered to be representative of a reasonable worst-case scenario. During the application process, we have engaged with the Eastleigh Borough Council's environmental health consultant to ensure a robust assessment which accords with the current and emerging government policy on guidance on aviation noise is provided within the supporting documentation. This has included a package of noise mitigation measures which will be brought forward as part of the development. There are currently no controls on the overall levels of noise that can be generated at the airport. In line with development government aviation noise policy and trends at other UK airports, the airport is proposing an operating restriction that would limit the size of the 51 dB daytime noise contour. 51 dB is the lowest observable effect level, or LOL, identified in government policy, and is regarded as the point at which adverse effects begin to be seen on a community basis. The use of such a restriction limits the amount of noise that can be generated by the airport, thus providing reassurance to local communities and the planning authority that the area of noise impact within this contour for operations will be no worse than considered as part of the planning application, thus providing a restriction within which the airport must manage its noise impacts. The airport recognises the level of population exposure associated with the future growth of the airport. Therefore, the noise insulation scheme that the airport is proposing to bring forward as part of the application goes beyond that expected by the government's aviation policy framework, the APF, and will include all those properties within the 60 dB daytime noise contour and above, rather than the 63 dB contour recommended in the APF. The 60 dB threshold is in line with the Aviation 2050 consultation proposals, which is a green paper setting out the UK government's long-term plan for sustainable aviation growth. As stated in the officer's report, this is considered to be a significant improvement on the APF, and this change will benefit more than 1,800 additional residents across 800 dwellings over and above the APF requirements. The airport has also committed to there being no upper cap on the contribution grant amount towards the cost of sound insulation measures required. The use of the 60 dB contour and uncapped payments to cover the full cost of sound insulation measures goes beyond the APF expectations and responds directly to the concerns raised through the consultation process. As concluded in the officer's report, officers considered the mitigation package proposed to be appropriate to the development, and the airport has sought to minimise noise impacts to an acceptable level. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that, and I believe we're going to Amy next.
Evening, Chair. I'm Amy LeVue, the Health and Safety and Environment Manager here at Southampton Airport. Southampton Airport has been committed to understanding its energy consumption and impact on climate change as far back as 2011. But it was in 2014 that we took formal steps to start our annual carbon footprint report. Since then, we have demonstrated a year-on-year reduction, which has resulted in reducing our carbon footprint by nearly 80% since those early reporting days. Our carbon footprint covers all three scopes of emissions. Scope 1 includes fuels burnt on site through boilers, generators, operational vehicles, and our fire training ground. Scope 2 refers to our purchased electricity. Our procurement process dictates that only 100% renewable power is purchased for use across site. Scope 3 includes third-party operational vehicle fuels, tenant energy, aircraft landing and takeoff cycle, business travel and staff commute, passenger surface access, water supply and wastewater treatment, and waste disposal. Over the years, we have undertaken several projects to reduce our carbon footprint. These include the implementation of LED lighting across campus. With now over 90% of lighting across campus being LED, we were the first UK airport to use LED lighting on aircraft stands and for runway safety lighting. This groundbreaking project paved the way for other energy-efficient LED and solar power lighting projects across the airport and within the industry. In addition to this, in 2019, we've invested £500,000 to store fixed electrical ground power to our four most used stands so that parked aircraft can make use of this instead of generators, reducing point source emissions further. We have plans to roll fixed ground power out to more stands in years to come. Savings and improvements continue to be seen through the intelligent use of our building management system, which controls the lighting, heating and cooling based on several environmental and local factors, such as outside lighting levels, temperature, wind speed, as well as occupancy levels. During these projects, Southampton Airport has become a leading business in the region in reducing its climate impact, as well as a founding signatory of the Southampton Green City Charter. In addition to this, we continue to remain an ally to Eastleigh Borough Council through our collaborative partnerships in the delivery of climate change objectives. 2019 saw a big change for Southampton Airport, where we joined airport carbon accreditation, achieving level 2, known as reduction, as well as achieving PAS 2060 in carbon neutrality. Airport carbon accreditation is the only institutionally endorsed global carbon management certification program for airports. It independently assesses and recognizes the efforts of airports to manage and reduce their carbon emissions through 6 levels of certification, those being mapping, reduction, optimization, neutrality, transformation, and transition. We believe that we may be among the first airports in the UK to offset all our CO2 emissions across all 3 emission scopes within this level, making this a tremendous achievement, not just for the airport, but for Eastleigh and regional transport. Southampton Airport, as part of our larger group AGS Airports, is fully engaged with the Jet Zero Council and sits in the Sustainable Aviation Fuels Delivery Group. At Southampton Airport, we are committed to the UK Aviation Net Zero Action Plan, which sets out the deliverable roadmap for UK aviation industry to reach net zero. We have no intention of stopping there. Together with over 200 airports across Europe, Southampton Airport, through AGS, is a signatory to ACI Europe's Net Zero 2050 pledge. This is a commitment to achieve net zero for the carbon under our control by 2050, but we're taking this a step further and committing to our ambitious target of net zero across all 3 scopes by 2045. In addition to this, by 2022, we aim to achieve airport carbon accreditation level 3+, also called neutrality, where airports are required to compensate for their remaining carbon emissions that cannot be reduced by other means. Further to this, we remain committed to achieving PAS 2060 annually. And lastly, as part of our 164-metre runway extension, we will also be taking the opportunity to upgrade the existing runway length to full LED lighting, bringing the airport close to 100%. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Amy. I believe we're next going to James Pete. Oh, no, we've got, or have we got James?
Hello, sorry, I'm trying to get my video to work. Thank you, Chair. Here we are. My name is James Pete, and I undertook the carbon assessment of the proposed development. I'm an associate consultant who leads on carbon assessment in EIA for WSP. I have 10 years of carbon assessment experience and have authored, led or reviewed over 50 GHG chapters for EIA. I recently supported Leeds Council in their assessment of the Leeds Bradford expansion. I am a chartered environmentalist and hold a master's degree from University College London and a BSc from Southampton. The assessment of the proposed development that was undertaken was a comprehensive worst case assessment. This is demonstrated by the fact that in line with the precautionary principle, we included both radiative forcing, which are non-CO2 climate change impacts from aircraft operating at altitude, and both the departure and arrivals legs of each journey to and from the airport. Standard practice used by the government to quantify emissions from aviation does not include radiative forcing because its impact is considered too uncertain, and does not include the arrivals leg of any journey to avoid double counting of emissions. However, we did do this, and this means that the aviation emissions we report are approximately 4 times higher than if they had been quantified using standard practice. When thinking about these numbers, it's important to understand how they compare to other sources and assessments so we can understand what they mean in terms of impact. So, for example, when comparing these numbers on a like-for-like basis by using the same methodology with the Department for Transport's aviation forecasts, we can see that emissions from Southampton International Airport are predicted to be lower than the aviation forecast from the department. The same principle is true when comparing the emissions from the proposed development to emissions from Eastleigh. It is also important to do this on a like-for-like basis. The data on emissions from Eastleigh that are published by the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy do not include either aviation emissions or transport emissions occurring outside of Eastleigh. Therefore, when emissions from the proposed development are compared to these figures, it must be done on a like-for-like basis, again using the same methodology. And therefore, the comparison should not include either aviation emissions or transport emissions occurring beyond Eastleigh. This comparison is included within the assessment and found that on a like-for-like basis, the proposed development's emissions are under 1% of emissions from Eastleigh. This highlights why the government's approach to managing emissions from the UK, from aviation in the UK, is at a national level. Each local authority area is not held to a specific carbon budget, because this would be difficult for any local authority area that hosts industry, power generation or transport infrastructure that serves a population beyond its boundary. This is also why the UK's target is to be net zero by 2050, not absolute zero by 2050, because the government's approach is to balance carbon emissions and carbon removals across the UK. And as such, there will be areas that are emitters and areas that are removers. And the proposed development should be seen within that context. Thank you, Chair. That was all I had to add.
Lovely. Thank you very much for that, James. And we're now going to go to Robin Henderson, I believe. You're muted, Robin.
There was always going to be one, wasn't there? I'm Robin Henderson. I work with Gavin in the planning team at Savills, based in Southampton, and I've engaged on this project and working alongside your officers now for the last 2 years. As you can imagine, there's been a vast amount of work on both sides to reach the position that we're in today, where your team now believe and have recommended to you that planning permission can and should be granted for the runway extension, with operations limited, as they are now, to approximately 3 million passengers per annum. Granting this planning permission will provide the Council with a unique opportunity to secure a broad raft of new controls over operations at the airport that have not existed to date. These include limits on vehicles and noise, which effectively constrain operations at approximately 3 million passengers per annum, and commitments to operations with carbon and air quality benefits and ongoing monitoring and mitigation of a range of related effects. Touching briefly on air quality, the environmental statement shows that the airport will have a negligible impact on air quality, with no exceedance of air quality standards in any location attributable to airport operations. The air quality monitoring undertaken to inform the ES included a monitor placed at Bitton Park School, and members may be assured that the monitor identified negligible impacts in that specific location. Nonetheless, the airport has agreed with your officers to undertake and continue proactive steps to reduce its air quality impacts. We will continue to roll out fixed ground power stands to reduce the reliance on diesel generators. We will commit to an air quality strategy and support the Council with regard to monitoring and identifying any contribution from the airport to air quality effects within the AQMA. And the Community Fund will contribute proportionately to mitigate adverse effects of local people living close to the airport who are smokers or who have health conditions that make them especially susceptible to impacts of airborne pollutants. On noise, as Lisa has just outlined, the noise impacts of the development have been robustly assessed and presented in the ES. Your officers have agreed with the ES that without mitigation, the noise generated by the aircraft facilitated by this development would constitute a significant adverse effect, albeit not an unacceptable one in policy terms. Accordingly, we have devised and agreed a range of mitigation measures that have been outlined to you and which lead your officers to now conclude that the effect remains adverse, but moderately so. The policy applicable to the assessment of noise is set out at page 135 of your report, and it follows a sequence of firstly avoiding and then mitigating and minimising noise effects through a range of measures. A noise action plan will be prepared in accordance with the relevant regulations, and this will include measures that include, as came up just before the last break, a differentiated aircraft charging regime based on noise generated, and also operation of noise abatement procedures and preferential routes. The mitigation also involves the commitment to deliver a noise insulation, which again has been outlined to you earlier in the day, that will capture all properties that fall within the 60 dB contour and offer bespoke interventions such as double glazing, through wall ventilation and or loft insulation where required to ensure that an acceptable internal noise environment is secured. The cost, which has been costed at an average of £5,000 per household, will be covered entirely by the airport. Application of the policy for the 60 dB contour exceeds policy requirements and represents a material benefit for the 350 of the 1,000 households that already fell within the 60 dB contour in 2016. In addition, the airport will contribute to a community fund from which enhancements to outdoor space can be delivered and targeted at addressing the effects of outdoor noise upon the population close to the airport. And last but not least, the airport will, as you've heard, enter into an upper noise control, the noise cap, devised in consultation with your officers, which is a new and bespoke control that will be available to the Council in perpetuity. Whilst we acknowledge that the noise effects of the airport movements on the populations to the north and the south of the runway are significant, we consider that with the mitigation proposed, we have to agree with your officers that the impacts have become acceptable when balanced against the very significant benefits to the proposal in social and economic terms. On climate change, no one on this airport team is in any doubt about the importance of or the contribution of carbon emissions to climate change. As Amy has explained, the airport is a leading proponent and a key ally to Eastleigh Borough Council in its carbon reduction ambitions. However, as James has just outlined, and for very good reason, the responsibility for managing and restricting the carbon emissions from aviation is best dealt with nationally and internationally. The fact that the entire quantum of carbon that will be attributable to the proposed development has already been provided for in the DFT budget and in national aviation policy should provide you with further confidence on that point. To underline this point further, we cannot ignore that displacing passengers from our region to more remote airports and/or other equally carbon-generating modes of transport would have an unintended effect of increasing per passenger emissions and undermine the national policy strategy and be counterproductive in tackling climate change. The ES evidences that 77% of the people who would fly from Southampton will travel to and fly from another airport if the services aren't available here. You cannot assume that the remaining 23% will just stay at home, or that they would not take an alternative, less sustainable option. Indeed, for you, how much, if any, carbon emissions would be saved if planning permission is not granted. This reinforces the point that greenhouse gas emissions from aviation, for the majority of which will occur hundreds of miles away from Eastleigh, really cannot be controlled or managed at a micro level. The aircraft that will be facilitated by the runway extension will have a lower per passenger CO2 emissions than the smaller aircraft that can currently use the runway, offering further benefits as the fleets are able to shift to more sustainable aircraft choices. As part of the mitigation package being offered by the airport, we've committed to a carbon strategy which will set out how the airport will seek to achieve and thereafter maintain at least level 3+ neutrality under the airport carbon accreditation scheme by 2030. The carbon strategy will also set out steps by the applicant will seek to achieve level 4 and level 5 over time, and the measures that the airport proposes to take to reduce scope 1, 2 and 3 emissions. It will also include an obligation to report to the ACC annually on its performance against the carbon strategy. And finally, we come on to the social and economic effects. I won't repeat what's been stated so eloquently by others as to why the runway extension and the regional and international connectivity is so critical to the economic well-being of Eastleigh and the region. But I did want to say that as an effective and thriving economy, that's essential for us all. There are direct correlations between wealth and health amongst populations. I ask that you are not drawn by the rhetoric that we've heard from others today that the benefits of the scheme are for faceless profiteers at the expense of the local population. Many people within the local population are employed by the airport or businesses that rely on the airport, and they rely on this income to care for themselves and their families. Many more benefit from the environment and the public services that are funded by income generated by the airport, the businesses that rely on it, and their thousands of employees. Socioeconomics also considers the benefits of the services provided by the airport to the well-being, regional and continental aviation, and the associated ability to travel, take holidays, and to connect with family and friends is immensely important to the well-being of the local population. You have heard this in the thousands of representations that the council has received. 1,557 additional jobs in the Solent region and nearly 2,000 jobs in the wider UK attributable to the proposed development represent a major significant economic, social and health benefit. In addition to providing and supporting these jobs, the applicant has committed in a Section 106 to target and upskill employees from the local area of local residents and use local businesses and suppliers during the construction of the development and in its future operation. Refusal of planning permission and the displacement of the economic benefits to other airports and other hinterlands will prevent the airport from regaining a profitable trading position following the irrevocable loss of Flybe. It will prevent an immediate £15 million investment in your local economy and diminish opportunities posed by the free port to send a conflict signal to those who have endeavoured to secure growth and investment in this region. It will fail to accrue the modelled economic benefits, jobs and associated well-being for thousands of households in Eastleigh and the region. So you have a balance to strike, and we recognise it's not an easy one. The key here is that the impacts need to be weighed. Your officers have given you a clear and well-informed steer as to a justifiable balance of the modelled effects. with appropriate weight applied to national and local policy on climate change and the way in which noise impacts should be assessed and addressed, and taking account of the extensive mitigation and operational controls that your officers have secured as part of this planning application, the balance tips in favour of securing the significant social and economic benefits and the associated well-being for thousands of households across the region. You can have confidence in your officers' cautious and well-crafted recommendation that planning permission can and should be granted, and I commend it to you. Many thanks.
Thank you very much, Robin. And last but by no means least, we are going to Steve Saleh, who is the Operations Director for the airport. Welcome, Steve.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear and see you.
Thank you. Well, I think I'm the last speaker, aren't I? What a long day. And can I just say thank you to all the councillors, to your IT and your support from Democratic Services. It's been absolutely amazing. I spent 20 years in the army defending democracy, and this is the first time I've been intimately involved in anything like this, and it's a real privilege. And thank you for giving so many people the opportunity to speak. There's been so many points made, so I'll cut this short because there's been lots of passion on both sides, and I appreciate there's no easy decision for you to make here. So I want to summarise, I want to look at some of the positive reasons. I want to sum up the positive reasons as to why I think you should approve this application. So first of all, business. Now, we're a business. We have to adapt. There's no right for any business to exist simply because we have a very illustrious and a very, very proud history. And if you consider Thomas Cook, 175 years gone, and over the last couple of years, we've seen many, many household names disappear. So this is our plan. And what's in front of you is our plan to adapt to the changing world. And critically, it's our £15 million that we want to invest. And this is not public money. This is external investment into our airport. £15 million into the heart of Eastleigh. And that will immediately create 265 jobs in the construction phase. So please take this opportunity, grab that £15 million and ensure that it's invested in Eastleigh. So, and this plan, this gives us a wonderful small regional airport. And just to give you an idea of scale, if we were to get to 3 million passengers, we'd go from the 19th largest airport in the UK just to the 17th in the UK. So we would be a small regional airport. And we've also got an opportunity to become an even better integrated transport hub for the region. Here you've got the airport, you've got the port, you've got a train station inside the airport, 99 steps. Most airports could only dream of that. That is a significant factor that will bring airlines back to Eastleigh. And we've got the motorway as well. So we've got amazing connections for convenience and connections that will help facilitate business and tourists into the region. I want to stress into the region, as well as connecting us to the whole of Europe. And so particularly when we consider the development of the Freeport, the extension that will provide the opportunity for us to connect to the whole of Europe, to wherever the local businesses demand. Now, when I was up in Aberdeen, business there wanted to connect to oil and gas routes. So we could have connected anywhere, but the airlines and the customers chose to connect to the likes of Bergen, Stavanger, Oslo, Copenhagen. So for Eastleigh, given the cruise connection, given the importance of cruises to this region, it might be that the cruises become the destinations of choice. And we end up connecting to the likes of Malta, Rome, Bergen, Dubrovnik, Barcelona, with people flying in to connect to cruises and flying out to connect to cruises without having to use the London airports. We were asked as well earlier about, I think it was Councillor Tyson Payne, asked about connections to the Channel Islands. You know, let me assure you, we've remained open during this pandemic, sustaining huge losses. You know, we're losing £700,000 to £900,000 every month that we operate with this runway. But we take our social responsibilities very seriously, and I'm very happy to commit to ensuring slots will remain available to the Channel Islands. That's as long as AGS owns this airport, We've been together, ourselves and the Channel Islands and the routes. At the minute, we only have 2 flights to Jersey and Guernsey on a Monday, Wednesday and Friday. So we've stuck together through the very worst of what this last year's had to throw at us. And we will continue to work together for the foreseeable future. And I think as well, the breadth and the depth of the business support that you've seen today, and also in the planning officer's report, it shows why this extension will help facilitate further economic growth and jobs within our community. Now, it's not all plain sailing. We understand the issues surrounding noise in the environment, and they've been covered extensively. We've listened, we've mitigated, you've heard a lot of detail. So all I'll say is when you look at the overall planning balance, the months of effort and the crunching through that data by your planning team, on balance, we get a recommendation. But this is where the Section 106 is so important, and where the role of the Airport Consultative Committee is crucial, because that ensures we not only deliver as promised, but we also raise the bar wherever we can. So 2 final points for me. First, on jobs. This pandemic, it's hit everyone hard. Unemployment's up. We need jobs. Your constituents need jobs. And by voting for this extension, you will be securing and providing further jobs. That gift of employment, that is in your hands, just the 8 of you. You hold the key personally to thousands of jobs, both in the construction phase, 265 jobs, and you can see that in para 481, and in subsequent years as airlines return to Eastleigh, an additional 1,557 jobs. You can see para 667 for that. And as that para 667 shows, this vote can be for a total of around 2,500 jobs. And think about what those jobs mean for people, for their well-being, for their sense of fulfillment, and also for their opportunity to travel. That sense of satisfaction that we get of taxes being paid, taxes that then allow us to help those that need some sort of assistance. Council tax being paid so Eastleigh can allocate resources where it's needed. And these are good jobs, these are quality jobs across a wide range of skill sets. I left the army in 2012 and I've started working at Heathrow, and now I'm working at Southampton. Working in an airport is fantastic. And I think the enthusiasm that James Duchak showed earlier, I thought that shone through. People love working at an airport. So yes, there's big decisions, there's big issues, and decisions like this, they're not easy. But that's why you volunteered to come into public service, and I thank you for that. And so to help you, you've got a very detailed planning report. 250 pages, months in the making, and it's a balanced report. It looks at the pros, it looks at the cons, and on balance, it's a recommendation. And my final point is that you also have the voice of the public, and I'm not going to let this go, because as can be seen from the planning report in paragraphs 20, 48, 66 and 72, you can see that 7,586 people have put a representation in. They've responded to your consultation. 4,505 of which have supported the extension. So you can ignore the social media, you can ignore that, but you cannot ignore 4,505 people who voted to support the extension. That's 60%, and in any modern politics, that's a landslide. So the majority of the public want this extension. The public are asking you, the councillors, to vote for this extension and to vote for the jobs that come with it. So let me conclude. It's tough. I appreciate that. It's a very tough ask. And again, I really do thank you all for putting yourself in the hot seat. You've got your handrails to help you make your decision. You've got a Section 106, which will see us become heavily controlled by Eastleigh Borough Council under the watchful eyes of your colleagues in the Consultative Committee. You have an airport that is desperate to work with you, desperate to impress you and to become the greenest airport in the UK, something that you can be proud of, and myself and all my staff can be proud of. You've got overwhelming business support. You've got overwhelming 60% majority of public support. You've got £15 million waiting to be spent on your doorstep. You've got the opportunity to create thousands of new jobs. And you have a planning report that's looked at everything. Really complicated, really complex, which is why we're sat here at 10:30 at night, looked at all the data and concludes, on balance, this extension should be approved. So on behalf of myself and all my staff, I wish you good luck in your deliberations. The team's here to answer any questions you have, but I hope you vote for the extension and I hope you vote for jobs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Steve, and thank you to all of your team for your very thorough presentation there. Councillors, can I ask, do you have, I know the airport have already covered some questions, but do you have other questions you'd like asked? Councillor Doogie.
Thank you very much, Chair. If I may as well, I want to thank the airport as well for the amount of work they've put in as well. I know that they've been working with officers, and I commend them on being a very good citizen, first of all, for going above and beyond to making sure that they engage with local communities and also officers and ourselves as well. So I think that's important to recognise. And also, as I just want to say to Steve, you probably you would have done the Geordie boys proud if nobody's picked it up there. It's quite nice to hear the Geordie accent down south here. I know that I'm a Geordie lad too, so it's very nice to hear that.
I'm Sunderland, mate.
Oh God! Wow. Okay, when road, I should be listening to you then. Swiftly moving through that. I've picked up in the air quality assessment. I think this one probably is for Andy. On paragraph 295, so 925, page 224. You say here that there's no predicted exceedance of the. So that's specific to AQMA, by the way. You said that there's no predicted exceedance of the annual air quality limits, but also in paragraph 926, you say that the proposed development is not considered to result in any adverse impact on air quality. Can you elaborate on that? Can you sort of tell me how you came to that conclusion, please? I think that's Andy, Andy Granfield.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, we can provide you some information on that. I think I'll ask the Environment Health Officer to explain it, but yeah, it's probably best coming from an expert. Thank you.
Okay, Tina, I've got I think two more.
Okay, should we let Sue answer that one, and then we'll come back to you for your next questions?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how long it would take me to find it, but I do have it to hand, so that's quite helpful. So there's quite a detailed air quality impact assessment in the ESA, well, in the ESA and the ESA 2, where they've looked at both particulate matter, so that's PM10 and PM2.5, as well as nitrogen dioxide and NO2, and they've, at our request, we asked them to look at not just the assessment years, but the intervening years, to make sure that there wasn't any years where there might be an increase or a delay in our compliance with the air quality management area, and what they've found is that sorry, I'm just trying to find the results in here. If effectively there is because of the reduced baseline in 2020, there is an impact of some additional air pollution in the future compared to if there wasn't the expansion, but everything is within the limits that it's allowed to be, and it's negligible in many areas, and a slight adverse in one area, which is R38, which is sorry. That's wide lane, but it's that's for an O2 as a slight adverse, but it's that they're either negligible or slight adverse in all the areas, so that's where that's come from. But it's quite a detailed air quality assessment with tables of the data, and we've gone through that and checked it, and we're satisfied that it's all correct. Does that answer your question?
I think it does. I think it does for the time being. I'm just gonna ask my other question. If I so, yeah, no, it does. That's fine. Thanks, Sue. The other question I had was in relation to the jobs. I know that a lot of people have been talking about the jobs. I know that Steve just mentioned that there'll be 250 jobs in construction straight away. I'm assuming those are short-term jobs until the run was completed, if it was to be approved. And there's also mentioned in the report there that by 2037 we're expecting to have just under 1,500 jobs to be created through the development. Can you clarify on what sort of jobs you expect those to be? Because I know you said that those jobs after the construction period will be more operational. Do we know what sort of jobs get entailed in terms of are they secure in terms of career, or is it the case that they're just they're jobs from the airport or from the airlines, and not directly from the airport? For me.
Okay, is there someone who'd like to answer that at the airport?
Can I get that? Yeah, so those jobs, there'll be a whole range of jobs. If you're working for an airline, if we get airlines that are based here, and that's key, you know how Flybe had sort of 7 aircraft based here. So you've got a whole host of pilots, you've got cabin crew, and you go up right across the range of salaries. You need everything from baggage handlers, you know, to management. We've just made 35% of our staff redundant. You know, God forgive us for doing that. But you know, when you don't have the revenue as a business, you have to cut your cloth accordingly. So there's management jobs which would come back, and then also as well outside, but still on the airport campus, you've got taxi drivers, you've got coach drivers. You know, it's manning the long stay car parks, it's managing the multi-story car parks. You've got engineering jobs. You know, we're down to 5 engineers on the airport. You've got firefighters, and you've got air traffic controllers. So you've got a whole range of skills across the entire sort of social network. But yeah, and again, I think if I take you back to James, you know, the passion that came out of there. There's another lad who's left the army and fallen into airports. They're good jobs. They're good jobs to have. And I've been in the airports now for coming up to 8 years. And I love it. Absolutely love it.
Good. Thank you very much for that. Alex, moving on to your questions, please.
Thank you, Chair. COVID has had a massive impact on the aviation industry, and particularly Southampton Airport. So we've learnt about figures on jobs and car movements that we're looking for in the future. I just wondered to give us some context. To date, what's been the highest number of direct jobs on site at the airport? And do we know what's been the highest number of vehicle movements for a year? So there's 2 questions on statistics. Getting your crystal ball out, and I know this will be down to the airlines, but you must have some insight. Realistically, when would we see the first electrical hydrogen aircraft used in Southampton? Are we talking 2030, 2040, 2050? Have we got a feel at a ballpark figure? But I know that's down to the airlines, but I'm just hoping that you'd have had some discussion. Also, I'm really pleased to hear about the noise insulation uncapped and the lower 60 decibel. Undoubtedly, there's going to be householders who are going to argue about quantum here. Will there be some sort of arbitrator to handle disputes where customers obviously might want the best double glazing and we're offering a certain other double glazing, etc. But will there be a dispute resolution service to handle those areas? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I don't know who at the airport wishes to answer those. Or Andy, were you looking to answer?
I can answer I can answer some of those questions. In terms of the number of employees, the information that we have, which was kind of the 2018 statistics, so pre-COVID, pre-Flybe, going into administration, there were 950 people working on site, and that's dropped down to around about half of that currently. And I think we may have said earlier this evening that roughly you'd look at, for an airport, having about 470 employed people on site per million passengers that move through. We don't have information that I'm aware of in terms of the maximum number of vehicle movements that have been experienced down there. That may be something that the airport can pick up on. They'll also have to pick up on the question around the potential for the first electrical or hydrogen plane from operating out of Southampton. The noise insulation policy, there will be obviously no costs to the homeowners in terms of what's there, but it will be based, or what is submitted, but it will be based on a survey, an individual survey for the house, which will identify the needs, the measures that need to be installed to reduce noise levels internally down to the acceptable level. And so that will be a report that's produced and then will be passed through to the Airport Consultative Committee, the ACC, and reporting back to them the properties which are covered and how that insulation will work forward. That will also be shared with the local authority, so we will have an input into that to make sure that we're in agreement with what's coming forward. Maybe it's worth handing over to the airport now to answer those other questions. Steve, I see you're available for answering questions.
You're muted, Steve.
There we go. How's that? Okay, so Andy, yes, you are correct in terms of jobs. We were at 950 jobs pre-COVID. Obviously, that has been severely affected during COVID and following the loss of Flybe. In terms of vehicle movements, we haven't got that figure to hand. It's very difficult to figure out what that is. What we do is each year we do monitor the modal share usage of different forms of transport to and from the airport. And as Councillor Erie mentioned earlier, back in 1999, I can say the airport at roughly just over 1 million, probably about 1.2 million passengers, 69% of people were using cars, very high percentage. 2019, with the airport just short of 2 million, we were down to 48%, with a real move to the rail. We've seen a doubling of users of the rail over that period. So I haven't got an exact figure to hand, but I'd like to suggest that that figure is going the right way at the moment. And its airport has targets which were part of this application going forward. And the last point I think you mentioned, Councillor Bourne, was around dispute around the noise insulation policy. And it is a key aspect that we recognise that some people may not agree with what we're proposing. Some people may feel they should be entitled to either something more or should be included if we believe they're not. So what we have included in our policy and will be in the detail policy is the ability for people to appeal through the Airport Consultative Committee if they feel that they haven't been treated correctly through our process, and we will allow that to be then adjudicated through the Consultative Committee. And sorry, there was one more point on the first aircraft which we're expecting, and we're talking around 2024 in terms of sort of electrical aircraft coming forward. Now obviously aircraft at the moment are relatively small compared to the fleets that are flying, and in fact there has been news over the last few weeks of the first commercial flight, although it is, I believe it was only a 16-seater in Vancouver, Canada. It will speed up. We are seeing this being addressed, and a lot in the media recognising the ability of air travel needing to improve towards electric. So I can't commit to any date. The first electric plane will be operating out of Southampton Airport, but it is there in the future. It is picking up pace as technology improves.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Steve. We're now going to go to Councillor Bicknell, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to follow up on some questions that were asked earlier for replies to come back. And one of them that I asked earlier was to do with the ES, the Environmental Statement Addendum 2, and it was the tables in Chapter 13, in particular Table 13.3, with reference to the total amounts of of emissions as a percentage, because there had been previous conversations in the day as to whether figures that were quoted in the report at 370,000 tonnes was an addition total, and it turned out it was addition, and I did ask if those percentage figures in table 13.3 could be checked if they were correct. The other thing is also there was a question asked earlier waiting for the airport to come on stand so they could answer it. There was a question about the Winchester orbital that was deferred, but so that's those two. But the actual sort of question is from the sort of economic side in the actual report, where it actually sort of says about the growth of the airport, or predicted growth of the airport without the extension being at around and staying around the 1 million passengers per annum, and the the airport would need funding or some sort of external funding to keep it keep it viable at the end of the day. So I'd like to hear from the airport that what would their business plan and business case be if the airport was to remain as it is with its current runway. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I don't know who from the airport would like to answer those questions.
Here. Good evening, Chairman. I'm going to invite my technical team to respond, if I may. So in response to the first question, I'm going to just invite James to join you. I think what he's going to say is that the percentage relates to the proposed development rather than the entirety of the airport. But James, if you'd like to just confirm.
Yes, it's to do with the proposed development rather than the entirety of the airport. It's a counterfactual, so it's the do nothing, so as is, versus the with the airport, so that we are just talking about the impact of this proposed development.
Thanks, James. And in relation to the question in relation to the Winchester orbital, Lisa, I think, is probably best placed to answer that one.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, as we've discussed previously, through the proposed development, it's not possible to secure all noise mitigation measures, such as those that are involving wider airspace change. And as the airport will be required, as part of the government's wider airspace modernisation strategy, to look at ways to minimise or to use its airspace more effectively, and look at redesigning the local airspace. And those aspects can't be secured as part of this development, but would be looked at as part of the wider airspace change proposals.
But just follow up with that, Lisa. My understanding is that the representation of the noise contours wouldn't pick up on the upper loop of the orbital, because at that point the aircraft would be outside the 51 dB contour. Is that correct?
That's correct as well, sorry, yes. Anything that was noise levels that are generated below the 51 dB contour wouldn't get picked up.
So we are confident that those 51 dB contours are accurate in relation to a representation of the tracking as it existed in 2016.
That's correct, yeah.
Thanks. And the third question, I think, is going to be for Steve.
Do you want me to? Yeah. Yes, so yeah, you asked the question, Paul, in terms of the future of the airport if the decision doesn't go in favour. It's not something that we have considered in full. It's our priority and that of our shareholders is to move our business forward, is to adapt our business so that we can bring in a new fleet to replace what we lost through the administration of Flybe. It's something that we would then have to have a discussion with our shareholders around, was there an appetite to still invest that 15 million at the airport without a full planning permission tonight granted. So I don't know, Steve, if you want to add anything further to that.
Yeah, I think the question about viability and then what happens. I get it, you know, that there's a whole host of issues about airports, aviation, but this is a very tightly bounded planning box, and they're very tightly parameters on what you can make your decision on. But the fact is, we lost £7 million last year, and we're going to lose £7 million this year. Every month we're losing about 750 to 900,000 pounds, and if those losses are going to continue at that same scale into 2022 and 2023, and then continue at a smaller scale in perpetuity because this application is refused, then there's real horrible conversations to be had about what we do about that. But I absolutely get that, you know, as far as this planning application is concerned, you're tightly bounded about what you can and can't consider, because then that opens a whole other set of questions as to, well, what happens with the place and how you consider that. So I thoroughly understand where you are and the decisions that you have to make based on the report that's in front of you.
Okay, thank you very much. That's Steve. Do we have any other questions from councillors? Councillor Doogie.
Thank you, Chair. I just had two questions pop up. So one is about carbon emission. Now, in terms of the fleet, the airlines, the airport is trying to come to, do you know, or do we know if they're going to be sort of forced to, or well, not forced to, but is there going to be any enforcement in terms of carbon offsets? So, for instance, carbon buyback. Are those airlines going to be subject to do that in order to offset carbon emissions that they're putting in the air, or is it the case that that's not been looked at? And the other question I had is that I just picked up concerning the fact that the airport didn't consider a worst case scenario. Can you clarify why you didn't do that? And then you worked on the basis that this was going to be approved. I just want to get clarity on why that wasn't considered.
Andy, yeah, would you like to?
I can certainly answer on the first question in terms of carbon emissions, and I know Andy Brennan is here also, can maybe add to it. But as we've established throughout the day, carbon emissions are controlled at a national level or managed at a national level. There is a process under CORSIA, which is called the Carbon Offsetting and Reduction Scheme for International Aviation, and that's being introduced by the International Civil Aviation Organization, which is a sort of leading body in developing the framework for managing that element. So it's a voluntary arrangement at the moment with 190 plus countries involved, and the idea there is about carbon offsetting and doing that through a sort of a credit basis. That isn't in place at this moment in time, but I know that the UK have committed to honouring that, and I think it's 2022 that would come forward. So that would be all the airlines or the airports within the UK that would sit under that. I think from the second question that Councillor Doogie raised, it was the what if scenario, and that's probably best if the airport were able to answer that question. Thank you, Chair.
Steve, did you want to answer that one?
I was actually going to come back on that one, Chair,
lovely.
if I may. So you have before you a planning application which is underpinned by an environmental impact assessment. It's critical that the that the planning application is assessed on the basis of the evidence that's before you, and we are conscious that the environmental impact assessment is framed because for this planning application, so much of the magnitude of the impacts is attributable to the operation of the airport. And movement of aircraft. The environmental impact assessment is assessed on the basis of informed forecasts of future operations in a with planning permission and a without planning permission scenario. We have to make sure that the information that we submit to you is robust and evidenced, and we have selected and modelled a scenario which we are confident is robust in relation to the evidence that's available. There are clearly an inordinate number of potential alternative scenarios that could be modelled, and which could potentially be realistic scenarios. However, you do not have a scenario before you other than a 1 million passengers per annum operation if planning permission is not granted. So we have to support the advice that your planning officers have given you, that the planning application therefore needs to be determined on the basis that in the event the planning permission is not granted, the expectation is that the airport would still be capable of operating at a level of up to 1 million passengers per annum. But you also have evidence from the airport that would not be a profitable position.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Are there any more questions for, yeah, okay, Councillor Tyson-Payne, please.
Sorry, it's a very quick one. In the S106, there's talk about ATM movements between 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock being less than 20. I'd like to know what the current figure is, please.
Thank you, Chair. I can pick that one up. Currently, there aren't restrictions on that, what we're calling the shoulder hour, from 6 to 7. There's just an overall restriction in the 1992 section 106, which prohibits night flights in emergency cases, or up to 10 a month, anywhere between that 2300 hours and 0600 hours the following day, or 100 movements a year, but it doesn't specifically reference how many are in that sort of 0600 to 0700 window. But because of the routes that the airport are looking to operate and the hours are looking to work from, because that falls within, from a noise assessment point of view, nighttime flying, we felt it was reasonable to look at a maximum number of flights that could happen in that time, and 20 air traffic movements, so that's a total, not 20 in or 20 out, but a total of 20 movements was the maximum that could occur in that 1 hour. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Tyson-Payne, you wanted to come back?
Yes, so if I've understood this correctly, currently there is no allowance for a particular number of movements between the hour of 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock. It's just covered by the nighttime period, and that will change going forward so that there could be up to 20 every morning between 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock, the shoulder period. Have I got that right?
That's correct. I could. Sorry, no.
Sorry, can't hear you, Andy.
I'm terribly sorry. I was just liaising with the environmental health officer. So if you can just bear with me for 30 seconds. Thank you.
Okay, no problem.
Sorry, Chair. It's been a long day and I've got slightly confused with the information there. The restrictions at the moment on night flying is between 2300 hours and 0600 for the airport. That's under the existing 92 section 106. There are currently no restrictions from 6 o'clock in the morning through till 11 o'clock at night currently, and therefore this is an additional restriction that is being imposed as a part of this Section 106 agreement. So apologies for the misunderstanding on that one. Thank you.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Tyson-Payne? Okay, she's indicating in the chat that yes, she's content with that answer. So if no other councillors have any questions, we are going to pause at this stage and we will take a very short break because we need to determine whether we continue on with the session this evening and do the debate and the vote, or whether we may need to reconvene until tomorrow evening, because we have been going for a very long time and all the councillors do need to be fully involved in the debate. So we are going to pause and have a short break whilst we make that decision. So we will be back with you as soon as we can. Thank you.
Chair, should we stay in the meeting?
I assume another meeting's being set up.
If you can come out of this meeting for now, because we will be going back in, if we do continue, we'll be going back into the debate section.
if everyone watching at home can move to the next link on the agenda or on the website, that would be great. Thank you.